Chapter 243. Above the sea, a huge warship moved with the wind, breaking through the waves. Inside the cabin, Long Jijia sat quietly on a futon with his eyes closed. In front of him was a simple wooden table. On the wooden table, a copper incense burner was emitting smoke. Behind him, an exquisite screen with a painting of a lady was placed there. It was antique. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking came from outside the door. "Please come in," Long Jijia said with his eyes closed. Swish! The door opened, and Yamada Keiko, dressed in red, walked in with a tray. After entering the cabin, Yamada Keiko turned around and closed the door. She took off the clogs on her feet, then bent down and walked to Long Jijia with small steps. "Sir, your meal is ready," Yamada Keiko said as she placed the dishes on the tray on the table in front of Long Jijia. A plate of sashimi, a bowl of white rice, 2 plates of sushi, a pot of sake, 2 side dishes, and a pair of red bamboo chopsticks. It was simple and sumptuous. Long Jijia opened his eyes and nodded slightly to Yamada Keiko. "Thank you for your hard work." Yamada Keiko bowed in return, then took the tray with both hands and stepped back to the cabin door. She turned around and prepared to leave. "Miss Keiko, please stay," Long Jijia said. Yamada Keiko turned around and bowed her head. "Miss Keiko, have you eaten?" Long Jijia asked. "I'll go to the kitchen to eat after serving you," Yamada Keiko said with her head down. "That's good," Long Jijia said. "I can't finish these things, so you can eat with me." "Keiko doesn't dare," Yamada Keiko said with her head down again. "What do you mean you don't dare?" Long Jijia said to her. "Remember, here, you are not a servant, understand?" Yamada Keiko's face changed, and she looked up at Long Jijia. "Come here." Long Jijia didn't look at her. Instead, he picked up a piece of sushi with his hand and put it in his mouth while beckoning her over. The action of eating sushi seemed simple, but in fact, it had a deep meaning. He didn't want Yamada Keiko to misunderstand that he was afraid of being poisoned and wanted her to eat with him. Yamada Keiko hesitated for a moment, then came to the wooden table with small steps and knelt down opposite Long Jijia. "Here." Long Jijia ate the sushi and handed the red bamboo chopsticks to Yamada Keiko. Yamada Keiko nodded slightly and took the chopsticks with both hands. "Here you are." Long Jijia picked up the rice again and handed it to Yamada Keiko. Yamada Keiko pursed her lips and lowered her head to take it. "Hurry up and eat," Long Jijia said. "If you don't eat, it'll get cold." Yamada Keiko nodded slightly at Long Jijia. She opened her red lips and used her chopsticks to pick up a small ball of white rice and put it into her mouth. "Don't just eat." Long Jijia pushed 2 side dishes on the table in front of Yamada Keiko. "Eat." Yamada Keiko lowered her head again and put some food into her bowl. "Did you make all these dishes?" Because there was only 1 pair of chopsticks, Long Jijia picked up a piece of sashimi and put it into his mouth. Yamada Keiko nodded. "What good craftsmanship," Long Jijia praised. Yamada Keiko still nodded. "Are you afraid of me?" Long Jijia saw that Yamada Keiko hadn't been talking, so he asked her. Yamada Keiko shook her head. "Then why are you so quiet?" Long Jijia poured a glass of sake and then asked, "Is it because of Tokugawa Ieyasu? She told you to be quiet?" "Huh." As soon as Long Jijia mentioned Tokugawa Ieyasu, Yamada Keiko immediately put the bowl and chopsticks on the table. Then she stood up and bowed to Long Jijia. Then she turned and quickly walked to the cabin door, opened it, and walked out. This scene made Long Jijia, who was about to drink his sake, instantly petrified and stunned on the spot. The warship broke through the wind and waves at an extremely fast speed. By the next night, the warship had already sailed hundreds of miles away from Dongying. This warship was Tokugawa Ieyasu's special warship. The hull was vast and extremely sturdy, and the crew members were carefully selected. In order to show his sincerity, Tokugawa Ieyasu gave this warship to Long Jijia. On the deck of the huge warship, Yamada Keiko, who was dressed in red, looked up at the stars in the sky, lost in thought. After a long time, she took out a red bamboo flute from her sleeve and put it to her mouth, concentrating on playing it. The sound of the flute was sorrowful and weeping. In a rumbling sound of the waves, it sounded extremely desolate. Yamada Keiko's red clothes fluttered in the wind. Her long black hair, coupled with her exquisite and impeccable face, made her look like a fairy descending to the mortal world under the quiet and beautiful night. Long Jijia, who was meditating in the cabin, immediately opened his eyes when he heard the sorrowful sound of the flute. He got up and put on his cloak, opened the cabin door, and slowly walked to the deck of the warship. At this time, Yamada Keiko was completely immersed in the sound of her flute. She did not know that Long Jijia was already standing behind her. The song ended. Yamada Keiko's face was full of tears. Pa! 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 Long Jijia, who was standing behind her, clapped his hands. Yamada Keiko's flute sound made him intoxicated. He was completely infected by the sorrowful and grand atmosphere of the flute sound. Yamada Keiko heard the applause behind her and immediately turned around. Seeing that it was Long Jijia, she immediately wiped away the tears on her face. After bowing to Long Jijia, she trotted away from the deck of the warship. Long Jijia was dumbfounded again. What was going on? He began to wonder in his heart. Why did Yamada Keiko run away as soon as she saw him? Did he do something wrong? Long Jijia thought as he came to the bow of the ship. Looking down from here, he could see the waves surging like 1,000 layers of snow. The huge waves were monstrous, like 10,000 horses galloping. Phew! Long Jijia let out a long breath and began to move his hands and feet. After meditating in the cabin for a whole day, he wanted to stretch his muscles and bones. Hua! Just as he was stretching his muscles and bones, not far from the bow of the ship, a huge black shadow slowly floated up from the bottom of the sea. Suddenly, a large snow-white wave rose on the surface of the sea. Long Jijia frowned and stopped his movements. As the waves rolled and scattered, the huge black shadow gradually emerged from the surface of the sea. A huge sea squid appeared in front of Long Jijia's eyes. This sea squid was extremely huge. Dozens of densely packed tentacles made one's scalp tingle. The thickest part of each tentacle was more than 5 feet thick. A pair of huge eyes was about the size of a millstone, flashing with a cold blue light. This subordinate greets the divine envoy. A low voice came from the sea. This huge sea squid could actually speak human language. What are you doing here? Long Jijia asked impatiently. This subordinate saw that the divine envoy was passing by this sea area. So I came to pay my respects. The low voice came again. Got it. You can leave. Long Jijia waved his hand at the sea squid. Remember, tell the other sea monsters that they don't have to show up to see me again. I have something important to do. Chapter 244. After Long Jijia moved around on the deck for a while, he returned to the cabin. When he opened the cabin door, he found Yamada Keiko kneeling at the door waiting for him. Seeing Long Jijia return, Yamada Keiko immediately kowtowed. Keiko! Long Jijia closed the door and asked, Why are you here? Why don't you go back and rest? At this time, Yamada Keiko had changed into a simple and loose white kimono. Coupled with her creamy skin, she looked extremely graceful and luxurious. I'm here to serve sir in bed. Yamada Keiko, who was kneeling on the floor, straightened up and bowed her head. Serve. Long Jijia seemed to understand Yamada Keiko's meaning. Yes. Yamada Keiko bowed her head and replied, I don't need you to serve me. Long Jijia took off his shoes and walked inside. Go back and rest. Long Jijia began to take off his cloak. Yamada Keiko immediately got up and walked quickly to Long Jijia's side. She took the cloak that Long Jijia took off, folded it carefully, and put it aside. You don't need to be here. Go back and rest. Long Jijia said to her again, I'll serve sir here. Yamada Keiko began to take out the bedding from the closet in the cabin and made the bed for Long Jijia. Long Jijia frowned and silently watched Yamada Keiko neatly spread the bedding on the wooden floor and tidied it up. He finally understood why Yamada Keiko was acting so abnormally today. When Tokugawa Ieyasu asked Yamada Keiko to take care of him in every possible way, the The word meticulous was obviously emphasized. Yamada Keiko subconsciously bit her lower lip after hearing Tokugawa Ayasu's words. Originally, he thought that she was not used to Tokugawa Ayasu asking her to follow him. Now he understood that the key to the matter was the word meticulous. No wonder she was acting so abnormally today. Wah! While Long Jija was thinking, Yamada Keiko, who had made the bed, stood up and pulled out the hairpin in her hair. Her long hair, which was like a waterfall, quickly fell down. Dressed in white, with silky long hair, a beautiful face, snow-white skin, and an exquisite figure, Yamada Keiko was beautiful and moving, like a fairy. What are you doing? Long Jija asked involuntarily. Yes, sir. Yamada Keiko put the hairpin aside and was about to untie the butterfly belt on her waist. Wait a minute. Long Jija stretched out his hand and raised his palm, shouting at Yamada Huizi. Yamada Keiko stopped what she was doing and looked at Long Jija quietly. I'm going to meditate and practice tonight. I can't sleep, Long Jija said seriously. You should go back and rest. Since Sir wants to practice, then Keiko will wait by the side. Yamada Keiko said as she slowly walked behind the screen and knelt on the ground. If you're here, how can I train? Long Jija asked with a frown. Keiko has learned how to hold her breath. She won't make any noise, Yamada Keiko replied from behind the screen. Don't worry, sir. Keiko won't affect your practice. What if you peek at me practicing? Long Jija racked his brains to think of a way. Shwa. Through the figure on the screen, Long Jija saw Yamada Keiko take out a long cloth and directly cover her eyes. I'll cover my eyes. You can practice as much as you want. Yamada Keiko's voice came from behind the screen. Miss Keiko, please respect yourself. Long Jija was completely out of ideas. He deliberately put on a stern face and ordered her to leave. Please leave. There was silence behind the screen, and then there was a rustling sound. Yamada Keiko slowly walked out from behind the screen with tears on her face. She picked up the hairpin that was placed at the side, then picked up her red kimono that was placed on the floor. She slowly walked in front of Long Jija and bowed. After I die, please send my ashes back to Japan on account of our relationship as master and servant. Yamada Keiko said and turned to leave. Wait a minute. Long Jija was confused by Yamada Keiko's words. What was going on? He just asked her to leave his room. How did it involve her ashes? Yamada Keiko stopped and turned around. She lowered her head and didn't speak. What did you mean by what you said just now? I don't understand at all. Long Jija said as he walked in front of Yamada Keiko. He took out a white handkerchief from his pocket and handed it to Yamada Keiko. Yamada Keiko bent down and took the handkerchief from Long Jija with both hands. She gently wiped her tears. Sir, you don't have to ask. I just ask you to let me spend the night here every night. Long Jija didn't understand what was going on. Please. Yamada Keiko knelt on the ground with a plop, tears falling down her face. Get up first. Long Jija quickly reached out to help Yamada Keiko up. Yamada Keiko shook her head and didn't get up. Get up first. Long Jija had no choice but to promise Yamada Keiko. I promise you. Really? Yamada Keiko raised her tearful face and asked. Long Jija nodded. Get up quickly. Thank you, sir. Yamada Keiko wiped her tears with a handkerchief and got up. Keiko will remember Sir's great kindness. I promise you, but you have to tell me what's going on. Long Jija said. Yamada Keiko didn't speak. She turned slightly and looked at the cabin door behind her. Then she stared at Long Jija with her beautiful eyes. Was she afraid that someone would eavesdrop? Long Jija understood. He had seen the sailors on this warship. They looked like sailors, but in fact, they were all first-class jonin. It wasn't that Tokugawa Ieyasu deliberately arranged it, but this ship was Tokugawa Ieyasu's private ship. In order to protect his safety, the crew was naturally all experts. Even the sailors were no exception. Let's go inside and talk. Long Jija motioned to Yamada Keiko. Yamada Keiko was smart. After nodding slightly, she slowly walked into the depths of the cabin. Long Jija glanced at the heavy cabin door and then turned around. At the same time, he flicked his sleeve. A translucent arc of light was instantly emitted and quietly rushed to the cabin door. Swish! After the translucent arc of light touched the cabin door, it immediately spread out. In the blink of an eye, the cabin door, walls, and floor were completely covered. After a while, everything was restored to normal. "Now no one can hear us," Long Jijia said as he came to the wooden table and sat down. He motioned Yamada Keiko, who was standing there, to sit down as well. Yamada Keiko slightly bowed to thank him, then knelt on the opposite side of the wooden table and sat face to face with Long Jijia. She knew Long Jijia's ability. "You can speak," Long Jijia said as he took 2 white porcelain cups from the tea tray on the table, then picked up the teapot and poured tea. "I don't know where to start." Yamada Keiko looked straight and said to Long Jijia, "Then I'll ask, you answer." Long Jijia pushed a cup of steaming tea in front of Yamada Keiko. Yamada Keiko nodded slightly and held the white porcelain teacup with both hands. "Why does Tokugawa Ieyasu want you to follow me?" Long Jijia asked. "Is it to let you monitor me?" Yamada Keiko shook her head. "No." Long Jijia was a little puzzled. "Then why? Just to serve me? He is already suspicious of me." Yamada Keiko still looked straight. "Suspicious?" Long Jijia frowned. "Matsumoto Takayoshi's Black Feather Unit." Yamada Keiko looked at Long Jijia with a white porcelain cup in her hand and said, "He suspects that I am also one of Matsumoto Takayoshi's people." Long Jijia frowned after hearing this. Although Yamada Keiko was also a Black Feather Ninja, she was not necessarily one of Matsumoto Takayoshi's people. This Tokugawa Ieyasu was really meticulous. He would not allow any details to be wrong. He's a little paranoid. Long Jijia picked up the teacup. "He is doing this for a reason," Yamada Keiko continued. "Because my brother was also a Black Feather Ninja, and now he is one of Matsumoto Takayoshi's people." "Oh." Long Jijia lowered his head and gently blew on the hot tea. "You have a Black Feather Ninja brother? What is his name?" "Yamada Shingo," Yamada Keiko said calmly. The teacup in Long Jijia's hand stopped by his mouth. "Yamada Shingo is your brother?" Long Jijia frowned and looked at Yamada Keiko. "Yes." Yamada Keiko nodded. No wonder, no wonder." Long Jijia took a sip of the fragrant tea and said, "No wonder" twice. "You also know my brother?" Yamada Keiko asked. "The legendary Black Feather heroes, Ito Fumio and Yamada Shingo," Long Jijia said as he put the teacup on the table. "Who doesn't know their names? I just didn't expect this Yamada Shingo to be your brother, and I didn't expect him to be by a Matsumoto Takayoshi's side. My family was poor when I was young. My brother was sent to the ninja training camp by my parents when he was less than 5 years old. It was not for anything else but to save food for one person in the family." Yamada Keiko gently rubbed the white porcelain teacup in her hand and slowly said, "5 years later, I was also sent to the ninja training camp when I was just 8 years old. At that time, my brother was already an excellent jonin." Long Jijia's heart moved. She was only 10 years old and could become a jonin. She was indeed a genius ninja. "In order to become a person like my brother, I practiced ninjutsu day and night. Unfortunately, my aptitude was too poor," Yamada Keiko said calmly. "I just became a jonin when I was 18 years old, and my brother was already a Black Feather Ninja when he was 13 years old. It's not that your aptitude is poor, it's that your brother is too extraordinary." Long Ji said to Yamada Keiko, "As far as I know, the average age of a jonin is about 27 or 28 years old. It's very rare for you to become a jonin at the age of 18. Yamada Keiko smiled politely and did not speak. "By the way, why do you have to live in my room?" Long Jijia changed the topic and asked, "When I asked you to leave, why did you mention your ashes?" "You don't know, sir." Yamada Keiko saw Long Jijia ask about this and told him the reason. It turned out that when Yamada Shingo obtained the Black Feather token and became a Black Feather Ninja, Matsumoto Takayoshi arranged for him to stay by his side and called him Sir. Chapter 245. Yamada Keiko lived up to everyone's expectations. She became a jounin at the age of 18 and obtained the Black Feather Order at the age of 20. She became the youngest Black Feather Ninja after Yamada Shingo. Tokugawa Ieyasu was overjoyed. He kept her by his side at all times as his personal guard. However, Tokugawa Ieyasu had always been cautious. Although he arranged for Yamada Keiko to be his personal guard, he still had a trick up his sleeve. In the name of taking care of her, he brought Yamada Keiko's parents from the countryside and sent people to take care of them. It was called taking care of them, but it was actually house arrest. Tokugawa Ieyasu had no choice but to do so. In Dongying, there were countless cases of personal guards being bribed. He had a respected status, so naturally, he was even more careful. You mean, if you disobey Tokugawa Ieyasu's orders, your parents will be in danger? Long Jijia asked with a frown. After so many years, I know Tokugawa Ieyasu's character too well, Yamada Keiko said. He doesn't trust me now. If I disobey his orders again, I'm afraid my parents. Long Jijia understood what Yamada Keiko meant. If something happened to her parents, because of her, she naturally didn't want to live alone. Will the sailors on this ship report everything about you to Tokugawa Ieyasu regularly? Long Jijia asked. Yamada Keiko nodded. From now on, you'll sleep in my room, Long Jijia said to Yamada Keiko. You sleep here, and I will sleep on the other side of the screen. How can that be? Yamada Keiko hurriedly said. Keiko is already very grateful that you allow me to stay here. How can I let you suffer? There's a stove here. You can sleep here. I can sleep on the other side of the screen. You'd better sleep here, Long Jijia said. If you want to do it more realistically and save yourself the trouble. Yamada Keiko blushed and nodded slightly. Great Ming Imperial Palace. At night, in the side hall, more than a dozen middle-aged men in Taoist robes sat on both sides of the square table. The three people in the lead were none other than Zhang Xiaoyang, the head of Mount Longhu's Zhengyi School, Yu Xingchen, the head of Qianjin sect, and Lu Yuanshan, the head of Maoshan. The remaining Taoists were the sect masters of the other branches of Taoism, such as Tranquility sect, Xingyang sect, Chunyang sect, Chongyang sect, and so on. Sitting at the head of the table was none other than State Preceptor Xianji, dressed in a luxurious golden robe. May I know why the Grand Preceptor has summoned us here in the middle of the night? Celestial Master Zhang of Dragon Tiger Mountain was the first to speak. The people who came today had extremely high statuses in Tao sect. Other than the sect master of Purple Sun Monastery, Qing Qinzi, almost all the representatives of Tao sect were present. This kind of thing had never happened before. He had a vague feeling that something was going to happen. To be honest with you, Celestial Master, I've invited all of you here today because I was summoned to do so. Xianji bowed to Celestial Master Zhang and said, after all, he was also from Taoism. Although he was now the State Preceptor, Celestial Master Zhang's status in Taoism was much higher than his. Summoned. Celestial Master Zhang looked back at Qianjin sect's Zhenrenyu and Maoshan sect's Lu Yuanshan. After hearing Xianji's words, the two of them looked at each other in confusion. The rest of the headmasters also began to mutter in their hearts. Usually, when the emperor summoned the representatives of Taoism, he only summoned the Zhengyi school, the Qianjin sect, and the Maoshan sect. The Taoism sect they belonged to had never been summoned at all. What was going on today? Why did the emperor suddenly summon them? Seeing that everyone was confused, Xianji took out a yellow silk scroll and stood up solemnly. All sect masters receive the imperial edict. When everyone saw Xianji take out the imperial edict, they did not dare to be negligent. With a crash, they all stood up and knelt on the ground. By the will of the heavens, the emperor decrees. Xianji, read the imperial edict aloud. Since I succeeded the throne, I have received the will of the heavens above and followed the will of the people below. Yesterday, the late emperor visited me in a dream and said, with the appearance of the 9 cauldrons, the mountains and rivers will be secure. In order to ensure the stability of the Great Ming Dynasty's mountains and rivers, I hereby appoint State Preceptor Xianji as an imperial envoy and order all sects to search for the whereabouts of the 9 cauldrons. Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! The sect masters kowtowed and saluted. Sect masters, please rise, Xianji said as he handed the imperial edict to Zhang Tianshi. Zhang Tianshi raised his hands above his head and respectfully received the imperial edict, then stood up. Everyone stood up and returned to their seats. They did not say a word and frowned. What was wrong with the emperor? Why was he looking for the 9 cauldrons all of a sudden? Just because of a dream? One had to know that the 9 cauldrons had disappeared after the decline of the Zhou dynasty. Emperor Qin Shi Huang, Empress Wu Zetian, and the other emperors had sent people to search for the 9 cauldrons, but all of them returned empty-handed. The emperors of the previous dynasties had mobilized the country's resources, but could not find them. How could a few sects find them? What kind of joke was this? Everyone complained incessantly in their hearts, especially those sect masters who were summoned by the emperor for the first time. They felt even more miserable. They had planned to benefit from the glory of Zhengyi, Chuanjin, and Mao Mountain. Now, not only did they not benefit, but they had also fallen into a trap. Zhang Tianshi did not say a word. He slowly put the imperial edict in his hand into his sleeve. Sect Master Yu of the Chuanjin sect looked solemn and did not say a word. Lu Yuanshan of Mao Mountain looked calm and deep in thought. I've invited all of you here to discuss the search for the 9 cauldrons. Seeing that everyone was silent, Profound Secrets broke the silence first. Brother Xuanji, Taoist Yu of the Chuanjin sect, said, "You are also a member of the Taoist sect. You should know about the 9 cauldrons. Even the Qin Emperor, Emperor Wu of Han, and the Tang sect's founder Song couldn't find it. How could we, the Taoist sect, find this divine artifact?" "Yes, that's right. How can we find them?" Everyone began to whisper to each other. "I understand what perfected you means." Profound Secrets nodded. "The 9 cauldrons are ancient divine objects. It's not easy to find them. However, the Emperor's imperial edict has been issued. We can only act as soon as the edict is received. Otherwise, we'll be disobeying the edict." Everyone fell silent again and shook their heads. If they did not handle this well, not only would they be removed from their position as sect master, they might even lose their lives. Brother Profound Secrets, do you have any good ideas? Lu Yuanshan, who had been silent all this time, looked up at Profound Secrets and asked, "This humble Taoist has little talent and knowledge. How could I have any good ideas?" Profound Secrets changed the topic. "However, I do have an idea. I just don't know if it'll work." Everyone looked up at Profound Secrets' words. They didn't know how Xuanji would be able to find the legendary divine artifact. "Oh," Lu Yuanshan asked, "what idea do you have? Let's hear it." "The 1,000 Ghosts Formation." Profound Secrets spat out 4 words. As soon as these 4 words were spoken, the expressions of everyone present changed greatly. Even the leader of the 3 great sects, Zhang Tianshi, could not help but feel shocked. Chapter 246. This forbidden technique was originally used by the Taoist sects to gather a large number of wandering souls for the netherworld when plagues were rampant. Not only was it extremely taxing on one's primordial spirit, the process was also extremely complicated. It required 10 highly skilled Taoist cultivators to set up the innate 8 trigrams formation. Then 2 top-notch cultivators in the eye of the 8 trigrams formation would activate the formation, gathering the strength of 10 people to achieve the effect of controlling 10,000 ghosts. Among the 10 people in the formation, the most crucial were the 2 cultivators in the eye of the 8 trigrams formation. The 2 of them each guarded the eye of yin and yang. They were the most crucial of all. If there was even the slightest mistake, the ghosts would go out of control. These ghosts were already filled with resentment, and with the addition of being controlled by the innate 8 trigrams formation, their resentment would increase. Once the spell's confinement was lost, the ghosts would riot, and when that happened, the land would be filled with corpses. The 1,000 Ghost Formation? Chuanjin sect leader Perfected You frowned and asked, "Brother, you mean? It's very simple." Xianji smiled and said, "Use the ghost to find the cauldrons." Use the ghost to find the cauldrons? Perfected You seemed to understand Xianji's meaning. "Everyone here is a Taoist cultivator," Xianji explained. "With everyone's strength, setting up the innate 8 trigrams formation is not difficult. As long as the formation is activated, the ghosts will search every inch of land, and you will definitely find the 9 cauldrons." As soon as he said this, everyone present exclaimed in their hearts, "What a vicious method!" Driving the ghosts to find the cauldrons was easy to say, but the actual operation was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. After all, the Thousand Ghost formation was originally used to gather wandering souls and wild ghosts for the netherworld to deal with. However, Xianji's idea was the exact opposite. His idea was to release the ghosts. One could imagine the scene. Thousands of resentful, wandering souls majestically passing through the streets and alleys, entering and exiting the houses, floating everywhere in search of something. Not to mention the common folk, even Taoist cultivators like them felt their scalps go numb just thinking about it. What do you all think? Xianji saw that everyone was silent, so he asked. Everyone looked at each other, but no one answered. This method is not impossible. Lu Yuanshan broke the silence. However, the Thousand Ghost formation can only search a radius of 800 miles around the innate 8 trigrams formation. Once this range is exceeded, the ghosts may escape the control of the formation. Brother Lu can rest assured, Xianji said to Lu Yuanshan with a smile. We are not in a hurry. We can take our time and search area by area. In time, we will definitely find it. Then we will do as you say. Lu Yuanshan said. It is our duty to serve the imperial court. Ha! Adept Lu is indeed a straightforward person. Profound Secrets laughed. I say, Master Lu. Zhang Tianshi coldly glanced at Lu Yuanshan and said, You better think carefully. Using the innate 8 trigrams formation to gather the ghosts is already extremely dangerous. If you do the opposite and cause the ghosts to scatter in all directions, I don't think I need to explain how dangerous it is. Not to mention anything else, what if the ghosts disturb the people? Who's going to take responsibility for this? Zhang Tianshi said as he turned to look at Profound Secrets. Profound Secrets looked embarrassed, not knowing what to say. After hearing Zhang Tianshi's words, Lu Yuanshan's face darkened. Master Zhang, as we all know, ghosts are yin and yang. How can ordinary people see them? Besides, the ghosts are only looking for the cauldron. How can they disturb the people? Ha! Zhang Tianshi first looked up to the sky and laughed, then shouted angrily, What a good yin and yang distinction. Everyone was shocked by Zhang Tianshi's bell-like voice and couldn't help but tremble. Driving the yin ghosts and entering the yang residence. Is this the yin and yang distinction? Zhang Tianshi asked. There is no lack of resentful spirits and malicious spirits among the ghosts. Master Lu, can you guarantee that they won't take this opportunity to cause chaos and harm the people? These evil spirits are full of yin energy and resentment. Many can even appear in the daytime. What more at night? Not to mention these resentful spirits and malicious spirits. Even ordinary wandering souls will scare the children whose eyes have not yet closed. After hearing Zhang Tianshi's words, everyone began to whisper to each other again. Xuanjin Sek's enlightened master Yu stroked his long beard and nodded repeatedly. That's only secondary, Zhang Tianshi said as he turned to look at Xuanji. The Thousand Ghost Array is full of resentment and yin qi. It passes through houses, alleys, and houses. Even if the people are sleeping soundly, their yang souls will be washed away by the yin qi. Once their yang souls are washed away by the yin qi, they will at least fall seriously ill. And that's only for those who are strong and full of yang qi. Those who are weak will fall ill forever. As for those who are already seriously ill, their souls will be taken away from their bodies by the yin qi of the Thousand Ghost Array, and they will die. At that time, even if the 9 cauldrons are found, more than half of the people will be dead. Who will bear the responsibility? Zhang Tianshi turned to look at Lu Yuanshan. You? Is this the yin and yang distinction you were talking about? I think it's yin and yang chaos. The furious celestial master Zhang slammed his palm heavily on the square table as he spoke. A 2-inch deep palm print was impressively left on it. Zhang Tianshi's words were reasonable, and every word hit the nail on the head. All the sect masters present nodded in agreement. Lu Yuanshan's face turned green and white, and his eyes were burning with anger. He glared at Zhang Tianshi and clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. What? Am I wrong? Or does enlightened Master Lu want to teach me a thing or two? Zhang Tianshi saw Lu Yuanshan's anger and clenched fists and narrowed his eyes. Chi! Lu Yuanshan, who was sitting on the chair, let out a burst of green smoke from his right fist. Soul-shattering palm? Zhang Tianshi sneered. Come, I want to see what realm your palm technique has reached. Do you have the elegance of enlightened Master Lu of the past? After saying that, Zhang Tianshi flipped his palm, and a golden talisman appeared on his palm. Golden light flashed, overflowing with brilliant colors. It was the famous consummate skill of the celestial master residence, scorching Yang Palm. Two spiritual masters, please calm down. If you have anything to say, let's talk it out. Don't hurt the harmony between us. An old Taoist in an apricot robe saw that the two of them were at loggerheads and quickly stood up to mediate the situation. That's right, calm down. We're all Taoists, there's no need to be so angry. Everyone stood up and tried to persuade them. They couldn't afford to offend either of them, so they could only try to persuade them. Enlightened masters, please don't be angry. Aren't we still discussing? Xuanji saw that the two were at loggerheads and immediately stood up to mediate. Lu Yuanshan saw that Xuanji was trying to mediate, so he suppressed the anger in his chest and loosened his clenched fists. Zhang Tianshi saw that Lu Yuanshan had loosened his grip and also withdrew the golden talisman in his palm. Why don't we do this for now? Profound Secret said after a moment of thought. Let's stop here for today. Everyone, return to your respective residences and discuss if there is a more suitable method. If there is, that would be best. If there isn't, we can only use the myriad ghost array. At worst, I will plead with His Majesty to issue another decree. When the time comes, when everyone activates the myriad ghost array to search for the cauldron, move the civilians out of the area ahead of time. The cost of moving in and out will be specially allocated by the Ministry of Revenue. We must not let the people suffer any losses. What do you all think? The sect masters nodded. If they really followed Xuanji's plan, it was not impossible. Chapter 247. The Chuanjin sect's Taoist, he was a calm person who never showed his emotions on his face. When Master Zhang and Lu Yuji were about to fight, he didn't even try to stop them. After bowing to Profound Secrets, he turned and left. The other sect masters also stood up and bid farewell to Profound Secrets, then left. Only Lu Yuanshan remained seated in his armchair, not moving at all. He had no intention of leaving. Xuanji understood tacitly. He got up and walked towards an inner chamber beside the side hall. Lu Yuanshan stood up and followed Xuanji into the inner room. This room was where the ministers would rest before morning court. It wasn't big, but it was filled with fruits and refreshments. The interior design was also very elegant. Why did the Lord act so quickly? Lu Yuanshan asked Profound Secrets as he closed the door behind them. Yesterday, the Lord ordered us to use the Imperial Court's power to search for the 9 cauldrons, said Profound Secrets, who was sitting in front of a table filled with tea and pastries. Why the rush? Lu Yuanshan asked as he sat across from Profound Secrets. He picked up a piece of osmanthus cake from the porcelain plate on the table and popped it into his mouth. I'm not sure about that. Profound Secrets plucked a grape from the plate on the table and popped it into his mouth. We just have to do as we're told. You saw it just now. This isn't going to be easy. Lu Yuanshan, who was chewing on an osmanthus cake, said as he took out a porcelain cup from the tea tray. Then, he lifted the teapot and began to pour tea. You mean that Zhang guy? Profound Secrets picked up a handful of sunflower seeds and placed them in his hand. Who else could it be? Lu Yuanshan took a sip of tea. A piece of stinky meat makes the pot smell. If he doesn't agree, the rest of the old bastards won't agree so easily either. Then what do you think we should do? Profound Secrets began munching on sunflower seeds. Kill him. Lu Yuanshan put down his teacup and said coldly, Kill the chicken to warn the monkeys. Kill him? No way. Profound Secrets spat out a sunflower seed. There are many experts in Mount Longhu. If you kill him, the Taoist residents will come after you. Oomph. Lu Yuanshan snorted. Do you think I'm afraid of them? I say, brother, when will you change that temper of yours? Xianji said as he leaned back comfortably in his chair and placed his feet on the table. All you know is fighting and killing. If we don't kill him now, he will be a disaster in the future. Lu Yuanshan picked up another piece of osmanthus cake and put it into his mouth. He was very similar to Lu Ji in this aspect. Lu Ji liked to eat osmanthus cake very much. He would have it in every meal. The righteous celestial master abode is the leader of the Tao sections. Their strength is not to be underestimated, Shinji said while munching on sunflower seeds. Not to mention whether you can kill him or not. Even if you can, what can you do? The people from the celestial master's abode will definitely find out the truth, and then they'll come to Mao Mountain to settle the score with you. Brother, you have a high cultivation base, but as the saying goes, even a good tiger can't withstand a pack of wolves. That day, Master had many experts and tens of thousands of disciples. If he really wanted to avenge Master, do you think the few hundred disciples of Mao Mountain could withstand him? Brother, you're really confused, Lu Yuanshan said with a smile. Once that Zhang guy dies, do you think there'll still be a piece of iron? They'll probably fight until their heads bleed in the fight for the position of sect leader. Sai, what should I say to you? Xianji shook his head and sighed. You're right. Once that Zhang guy dies, there will be chaos in the sect. Those who want to be the new sect leader will fight both openly and covertly. They might even come to blows. But brother, although you've made a good plan, you've forgotten one thing. What is it? Lu Yuanshan smiled. No matter who the new celestial master is, the first thing they have to do is to avenge the sect leader. Xianji stared at Lu Yuanshan and said coldly. Lu Yuanshan's smile froze. What do you think, Brother Lu? Xianji looked at the frozen Lu Yuanshan and smiled. Do you still want to kill him? Then what do you suggest? Lu Yuanshan looked up and asked Xianji. It's very simple. Just like you said, kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Xianji said as he threw the remaining sunflower seeds in his hand into the bowl on the table. He then clapped his hands and picked up the teapot to pour tea. Kill the chicken to warn the monkey? Lu Yuanshan was confused. Kill who? Apart from that Zhang guy and that you guy, we'll kill whoever we want. Xianji looked at Lu Yuanshan as he sipped his tea. You mean? Lu Yuanshan seemed to understand Xianji's intention. The rest of the old farts will definitely follow that Zhang guy. Xianji put down his cup and pulled off a banana. He peeled it and smiled as he said, We'll kill whoever follows him. Haha, you're really something, brother. Lu Yuanshan smiled and picked up his teacup. Haha, of course. Xianji smiled slyly. About 100 feet outside the door, an old eunuch in green stood next to a pillar. He was holding a horsetail whisk, and he frowned. Outside the palace, a solemn celestial master Zhang strolled through the quiet streets in the dead of night. He had a habit. Whenever he was done venting his anger, he would find a quiet place to take a walk. He would breathe in some fresh air, adjust his emotions, and calm his heart. It was already late at night, and there was not a single person on the streets. It was the perfect time for a walk. Looking at the picturesque rows of shops and residences on both sides of the street, Celestial Master Zhang shook his head. If he really had to activate the 1,000 ghost formation to search for the cauldron, he was afraid that the place would be littered with corpses and people would be plunged into misery and suffering. Because of a ridiculous dream, this ridiculous emperor had done such a ridiculous thing. Instead of thinking about how to benefit the people, he spent all his time talking to Grand Preceptor Xianji about alchemy to seek immortality. What was the use of an emperor like this? Sigh, what a sin. Celestial Master Zhang shook his head with a bitter smile. His chest was so heavy that he could not help but recite a famous poem by the Yuan dynasty poet Zhang Yanghao. The peaks gather like a gathering, the waves are angry, the mountains and rivers on the road of Tongguan. Gazing at the western capital, I hesitate, I grieve, where the Qin and Han dynasties pass. The palaces all become dirt. Prosper, the people suffer. Perish, the people suffer. Brother Xiaoyang, Celestial Master Zhang was just about to express his feelings when a clear voice came from behind him. Celestial Master Zhang turned around. A Taoist in a green Taoist robe floated down from the sky and landed in front of him. "Brother Xingqian, what are you doing here?" Celestial Master Zhang asked. The person who had come was none other than the Chuanjin sect's sect master, Yu Xingqian. "I'm just like you, Brother Xiaoyang. I'm feeling frustrated, so I came out for a walk." Yu Xingqian smiled. "I heard you reciting a poem from afar, so I came to join in the fun." "Reciting a poem? Humph." Zhang Xiaoyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I want to King dismember a corpse right now." Brother Xiaoyang's temper is still so fiery. Yu Xingqian smiled. If it weren't for everyone's persuasion, you and Lu Yuanshan would have attacked. Chapter 248. "Hey, don't scold me." Yu Xingqian pointed at Zhang Xiaoyang. "I didn't stop you." Zhang Xiaoyang was stunned. He then remembered that when he and Lu Yuanshan were at daggers drawn, Yu Xingqian did not stop him. "You remember now?" Yu Xingqian smiled. "Brother Xingqian, how can you still smile at a time like this?" Zhang Xiaoyang was really impressed by his best friend. No matter what happened, he was always calm and unhurried. "If I don't smile, am I supposed to cry?" Yu Xingqian laughed. "If crying works, why do we still have morning and evening classes? We could just get our disciples and grand disciples to cry." "I really have to hand it to you. The house is on fire, and you're still smiling." Zhang Xiaoyang mocked Yu Xingqian, as expected of a Chuanjin sect. Calm and indifferent. Even if Mount Tai collapses in front of you, your expression will not change. "Of course." Yu Xingqian stroked his beard and said deliberately, "Be careful. Don't get blown away by Mount Tai." Zhang Xiaoyang said impatiently. "Nothing good comes out of your filthy mouth." Yu Xingqian laughed. "You're so angry. Even if Mount Tai is blown away, it'll be because of you." The two of them usually bickered with each other and did not give in to each other. "I don't have time to bicker with you. Go ahead and stroll. I'm leaving," Zhang Xiaoyang said as he cast a spell. His feet left the ground, and he prepared to leave. Hey. Yu Xingqian grabbed Zhang Xiaoyang's arm and forcefully dragged him back to the ground. Zhang Xiaoyang was already a foot above the ground. Why did you pull me back?" Zhang Xiaoyang asked Yu Xingqian angrily as he was pulled back to the ground. "Are you a King Rabbit? Why are you running so fast?" Yu Xingqian was so anxious that he cursed. Hey. Zhang Xiaoyang heard Yu Xingqian curse, and a smirk appeared on his face. He pointed at Yu Xingqian and said, "You cursed." Slap. Yu Xingqian immediately let go of Zhang Xiaoyang's arm and covered his mouth with his hand. You lost. Zhang Xiaoyang smiled proudly. You. Just leave," Yu Xingqian said as he turned around and prepared to flee. "Where are you going, great sect leader Yu?" Just as Yu Xingqian turned around, Zhang Xiaoyang pressed down on Yu Xingqian's shoulder. "Where are you going? My hands are really cheap. Why do you think I pulled you?" Yu Xingqian turned around and said with a face full of annoyance, "I just let you run away." He had once boasted in front of Zhang Xiaoyang that he would never swear. Zhang Xiaoyang didn't back down and said that he had never been drunk. The two of them made a bet. If Yu Xingqian were to swear, he would have to treat Zhang Xiaoyang to a drink. If Zhang Xiaoyang were to get drunk, he would have to show Yu Xingqian the monkey fist. This time, in a moment of carelessness, Yu Xingqian blurted out the word "Motherf ****. What's the matter?" "Head sect leader Yu, are you going back on your word?" Zhang Xiaoyang crossed his arms and asked Yu Xingqian with a mischievous smile. Okay. I admit defeat. Tell me, what do you want to drink?" Yu Xingqian said with a bitter face. It wasn't a big deal to treat someone to a drink, but that was for ordinary people. One had to know that the Taoist priests of the Chuanjin sect were different from the Taoist priests of the Zhengyi sect. The Chuanjin sect abstained from alcohol and meat and couldn't get married. The Zhengyi sect, on the other hand, was relatively relaxed. Not only could they get married, but they could also drink and eat meat except during rituals. There were only a few animals that couldn't be eaten, which were wild geese, cows, turtles, and dogs. As the head of the Chuanjin sect, Yu Xingqian had to treat others to a drink, even though he had abstained from alcohol. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't feel good. I think it's simple. Treat me to a meal at the Drunken Immortal restaurant on Mount Longhu. Zhang Xiaoyang smiled wickedly and put his arm around Yu Xingqian's shoulder. Drunken Immortal restaurant? Yu Xingqian was tongue-tied after hearing Zhang Xiaoyang's words. He broke free from Zhang Xiaoyang and said, "Are you robbing me?" The Drunken Immortal restaurant was famous for its food and wine. A table of dishes cost more than 10 taels, and this didn't include the cost of the wine. A jar of 5 years old Drunken Immortal cost at least 5 taels. Zhang Xiaoyang was known to not get drunk even after 1,000 cups. He had a great alcohol tolerance and could easily drink 3 jars. Based on this calculation, this meal would cost at least 30 taels of silver. 30 taels was enough for Yu Xingqian to eat and drink for a year. It would be strange if he wasn't in a hurry. Look at you, what's the hurry? Isn't it just a table of food and wine? Zhang Xiaoyang asked while holding back his laughter. It's easy for you to say. This is a table of food and wine from the Drunken Immortal restaurant, not a plate of leeks from a roadside shop, Yu Xingqian said anxiously. This table will cost at least 30 taels. 30 taels? Zhang Xiaoyang raised his eyebrows and asked Yu Xingqian, "What? You don't believe me? Let me calculate for you." Yu Xingqian stretched out his hand and started counting with his fingers. "Heavenly Master, with your useless stomach, you'll need at least 5 dishes. A dish from the Drunken Immortal restaurant usually costs 2 taels of silver, and this is only for ordinary dishes. If it's the best dishes, you'll have to pay more." Yu Xingqian calculated with a bitter face. 10 taels of silver for each dish. Only 10 taels. Zhang Xiaoyang curled his lips. "Shut up." Yu Xingqian glared at Zhang Xiaoyang and said through gritted teeth, "Don't be in a hurry. The rat has the shovel in its mouth, and the big head is at the back." Zhang Xiaoyang held back his laughter and didn't say anything. The Drunken Immortal restaurant has to be at least 5 years old and cost 5 taels of silver per jar. Yu Xingqian gestured with his hands. A jar of this size costs 5 taels. Heavenly Master, with your average alcohol tolerance, you'll need at least 3 jars. 15 taels of silver. This is all thanks to you, Heavenly Master, for being magnanimous and forgiving to a poor man like me. 25 taels in total. Zhang Xiaoyang smiled. How about a private room? Heavenly Master, you're of noble status. You can't eat in the main hall. Yu Xingqian gritted his teeth and spat out. A private room costs at least 5 taels. Forget about the private room. Zhang Xiaoyang looked at Yu Xingqian, whose eyes were burning with anger, and said with a smile, "The 2 of us can eat in the main hall. I have to spend the money for a private room." Yu Xingqian glared at Zhang Xiaoyang. "I'm the head of the Chuanjian sect, who abstains from alcohol and meat. How can I treat someone to a drink in front of so many people? If word gets out, people will laugh their heads off." Zhang Xiaoyang couldn't help but laugh when he saw Yu Xingqian's bleeding heart. "You're still laughing." Yu Xingqian glared at Zhang Xiaoyang. "This meal cost me a year's worth of food and drink money. I say, brother Yu, you're too stingy." Zhang Xiaoyang smiled. "The head of the Chuanjian sect is treating someone to a meal, and you're already heartbroken when you spend 30 taels. If word gets out, won't you lose your dignity as the head of the sect? If I knew you couldn't even bear to part with such a small amount of money, I wouldn't have made the bet with you. 30 taels is too little." Yu Xingqian panicked. "I'm treating you alone, and you're saying I'm a vegetarian. So I forget it. This wine is boring. You don't have to treat me. Just pretend I didn't mention it." Zhang Xiaoyang deliberately provoked Yu Xingqian. "You can go back to Mount Zhongnan. I'm going back to Mount Longhu." Zhang Xiaoyang pretended to fly away as he spoke. Hey. Yu Xingqian fell for it. He grabbed Zhang Xiaoyang and said, "Explain yourself." Chapter 249. I can't afford to lose? Yu Xingqian asked. 30 taels is too little, right? Zhang Xiaoyang looked away and didn't comment. "Fine, then tell me. How much do you want to spend to satisfy you?" Yu Xingqian made up his mind. No matter what, he was still the Chuanjian sect leader. It would be unreasonable if he didn't even want to treat them to a meal. "Then I'll tell you." Zhang Xiaoyang looked back at Yu Xingqian. "Go ahead." Yu Xingqian was prepared to spend a fortune. 4 dishes, 2 meat dishes, and 2 vegetables. You eat vegetables, I eat meat. Let's go with 2 tails. How about that? It's not too much, right? Zhang Xiaoyang said. What a good brother. Yu Xingqian punched Zhang Xiaoyang. You know how to save money. As for the wine, Zhang Xiaoyang twirled his beard as he looked at Yu Xingqian from the corner of his eyes. 5 years of drunken immortal. 3 jars should be enough for you, right? Yu Xingqian said generously. Zhang Xiaoyang shook his head. Not enough. Yu Xingqian saw Zhang Xiaoyang shake his head and made up his mind. 4 jars then. That should be enough, right? 3 jars of drunken immortal. Zhang Xiaoyang extended 3 fingers. Okay. Yu Xingqian smiled. 10-year-old wine. Zhang Xiaoyang crossed his 2 index fingers and made a cross. Yu Xingqian's smile froze. What do you think? Zhang Xiaoyang asked Yu Xingqian. Ha. Yu Xingqian was stunned at first, then laughed out loud. Ha. Zhang Xiaoyang thought Yu Xingqian agreed and laughed as well. We're done. Yu Xingqian stopped laughing and turned to leave. 10 years old would cost at least 15 taels a jar. 3 jars would cost 45 taels. Including the cost of the dishes in the room, it would cost at least 60 taels to get this table. Don't, brother Yu. Brother Yu. Seeing Yu Xingqian turn around, Zhang Xiaoyang immediately ran up and put his arm around Yu Xingqian's shoulder. Yu Xingqian pulled a long face and shook Zhang Xiaoyang's hand off his shoulder. Brother Yu, look at you. Zhang Xiaoyang, as he followed Yu Xingqian. 60 taels. You're asking for my life. Yu Xingqian said as he walked. I only get 30 taels of silver a year, but you're asking for 60 taels of silver as soon as you open your mouth. We're done. We must break off all relations. Okay. 30 taels. Is 30 taels enough? Zhang Xiaoyang said. Yu Xingqian stopped and turned to Zhang Xiaoyang. You said yourself. I said 30 taels. Zhang Xiaoyang patted Yu Xingqian's shoulder again. This should be enough, right? That's more like it. Yu Xingqian turned around and walked alongside Zhang Xiaoyang. You said I have a fiery temper, but I think Brother Yu's temper is even worse than mine. Zhang Xiaoyang laughed. I think you're born in the year of the dog. You change your attitude faster than anyone else. Yu Xingqian scolded jokingly. You were so angry just now, but when you heard me scold you, look at that old face of yours. It's so happy that it's about to bloom. Zhang Xiaoyang smiled and said, Who are you calling old? Yu Xingqian said eloquently. Who else could it be? You blossom. Your old face. I'm only in my 40s. Zhang Xiaoyang laughed. I'm still young, okay? Young. Yu Xingqian jokingly scolded. You're already in autumn. Hey, you're swearing again. Zhang Xiaoyang reminded Yu Xingqian. I've already agreed to treat you to a drink. Why don't you let me scold you to my heart's content? Okay. Go ahead and scold me. Zhang Xiaoyang shook Yu Xingqian's shoulder. When you're used to it, you'll treat me to a drink every time you scold me. I won't have to worry about food and drink anymore. Get lost. After the two of them joked around for a while, they both used their movement techniques and soared into the air, speeding towards Mount Longhu. Drunken Immortal Restaurant. Waiter, give us 6 signature dishes. 3 meat and 3 vegetables. Zhang Xiaoyang said to the waiter in the private room. Yu Xingqian's eyes widened. 3 meat and 3 vegetables? 6 dishes? And they were signature dishes? How much would that cost? Didn't they say there were only 4 dishes? Why did they change to 6? Yu Xingqian wanted to stop them, but he couldn't do so in front of the waiter. He could only drink his tea. Heavenly Master, what would you like to drink? The waiter asked respectfully. Zhang Xiaoyang was a regular here, so the waiter naturally knew who he was. 6 jars of drunken immortal. It needs to be aged for 20 years, Zhang Xiaoyang said. When Yu Xingqian heard that Zhang Xiaoyang wanted 6 jars of drunken immortal, he couldn't help but spit out his tea all over the floor. Brother, what's wrong? Zhang Xiaoyang tried to hold back his laughter. Are you not feeling well? Brother Xiaoyang, you've asked for too much wine, Yu Xingqian said to Zhang Xiaoyang with a smile. You can't finish so much wine by yourself. 3 jars should be enough for you. It's fine. Zhang Xiaoyang said nonchalantly. I'll drink 3 jars here. I'll take the remaining 3 back. Yu Xingqian was speechless. His eyes were burning with anger. The price of the aged wine here was based on its age. Every year it was aged meant 1 tael of silver. 20 years of age meant 20 taels of silver. 6 jars would cost 120 taels of silver. In addition to the 6 signature dishes and the room fee, it would cost at least 150 taels of silver. Yu Xingqian touched the 200 taels of silver in his sleeve. His heart began to bleed. He had scrimped and saved for many years, but more than half of the 200 taels of silver had been eaten by this glutton in front of him. He picked up his tea and looked at Zhang Xiaoyang hatefully as he drank. Do you want anything else, Heavenly Master? The waiter asked. Brother Yu, do you want anything else? Zhang Xiaoyang looked up and asked Yu Xingqian with a smile. Cough, 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 cough. Yu Xingqian couldn't hold back his tea and started coughing violently. It's already 150 taels of silver. You want anything else? If it weren't for the waiter, he would have rushed over and given this drunkard a good beating. Brother Yu? Zhang Xiaoyang asked while holding back his laughter. Yu Xingqian didn't say anything. He just stared straight at Zhang Xiaoyang. If looks could kill, Zhang Xiaoyang would have died 100 times over by now. That's all. I'll call you if I need anything else, Zhang Xiaoyang said to the waiter as he looked at Yu Xingqian, who was sitting opposite him. All right. The waiter nodded and said, Please wait for a moment. The dishes will be ready soon. With that, he ran downstairs. Only the gloating Zhang Xiaoyang and the pale-faced Yu Xingqian were left in the room. How long have we known each other? Yu Xingqian sipped his tea and asked Zhang Xiaoyang. Zhang Xiaoyang smiled and said, Why are you asking me this? About 30 years. Yu Xingqian looked at Zhang Xiaoyang and asked. That's right. Zhang Xiaoyang smiled and picked up his tea. We've known each other since we were a little Taoist boy. What's wrong? Today's wine will be the end of our friendship, said Yu Xingqian. Drink well. After drinking, you can be your celestial master Zhang, and I'll be my sect master Yu. We'll mind our own business and never meet again. Brother, you look at you. We haven't even drunk, and you're already talking nonsense. Zhang Xiaoyang laughed. Who the F***CK is talking nonsense with you? Yu Xingqian slammed his teacup on the table. End of friendship. We must end our friendship. Isn't it just a drink? Is there a need to end our friendship? Zhang Xiaoyang laughed, taking pleasure in Yu Xingqian's misfortune. A drink? Yu Xingqian was so angry that his beard blew and his eyes widened. 150 taels of silver for a drink. Who the F***CK do you think I am? The treasury of the Ministry of Revenue. End of friendship. End of friendship. Look at yourself. You're the F***King Chuanjin sect master. Zhang Xiaoyang laughed and said, You're so anxious over such a trivial matter. It's easy for you to say that. So what if I'm a Chuanjin sect master? The Chuanjin sect master is also human. Yu Xingqian cursed. I've been living frugally for 7 to 8 years and only managed to save up 200 taels of silver. You old bastard. You want 150 taels of silver for a drink? I should end my friendship with a scoundrel like you while it's still early. The sooner I cut ties with you, the better. But you have 200 taels. Zhang Xiaoyang laughed and said, If you knew this would happen, you would have asked for 30 years of wine. Why didn't you F***king say so earlier? You're so unkind. I'm unkind. Yu Xingqian pointed at his own nose with his finger. Hey, you and I agreed on 4 ordinary dishes and 3 jars of Drunken Immortal. You F***king dog, turning against me just like that. Not only did you order 150 taels of wine and food, you even F***king accused me of being unkind. Hee, look at how anxious you are. Zhang Xiaoyang laughed. To tell you the truth, you don't have to pay for this drink. I don't have to pay for it. Yu Xingqian was stunned. Then who's paying for it? You're paying for it yourself? I'm not as rich as you, brother Yu, to be able to save 200 taels. Zhang Xiaoyang laughed as he drank his tea. I drink a small amount every 3 days and a big one every 5 days. I can't save any money. Then who's going to pay for this drink? Yu Xingqian asked. Don't tell me we're going to dine and dash. Let me tell you, Zhang Xiaoyang lowered his voice and said to Yu Xingchen, "A while ago, I was helping the owner of the drunken immortal with his ancestral grave. He wanted to donate 1,000 taels of incense money, but I declined." Declined? Yu Xingchen was puzzled. It's normal for believers to donate incense money. Why did you decline? Zhang Xiaoyang looked at Yu Xingchen meaningfully. Take a guess, brother Yu. He picked up his teacup and continued to sip his tea. Declined incense money. Yu Xingchen twirled his beard and began to think. After a long time, he suddenly realized. King calculated it well. He. Zhang Xiaoyang laughed. I've made a fool of myself in front of brother Yu. You're King evil. Yu Xingchen laughed. If you don't accept incense money, the next time you eat and drink here, they won't even take your money. I'm really impressed by your methods. Aren't you afraid that the ancestor will punish you? I don't accept incense money. This is called empathizing with the people. Zhang Xiaoyang laughed. Accepting their hospitality is called doing them a favor. What's wrong with that? Besides, I already have enough incense money. If I continue to accept like this, those disciples won't want to make progress. You're really smart to make this deal. Yu Xingchen laughed. You're accumulating merit and benefiting from it. You're taking advantage of the situation, and yet you're still being obedient. Only this once. It won't happen again. Zhang Xiaoyang laughed. In my opinion, if there's this time, there'll be a next time. What's that saying again? Yu Xingchen deliberately rubbed his head and pretended to think. What's a dog can't change? You can't change your habit of eating shit. Zhang Xiaoyang laughed at Yu Xingchen. A dog can't change its habit of eating you. Yu Xingchen retorted. While the two were teasing each other, two waiters came in with wine and dishes. One carried a large tray with 6 signature dishes on it. The other carried several jars of wine, all of which were 20-year-old drunken immortal. To Taoists, the dishes are here. The waiter said as he placed the dishes on the table one by one. Crispy roast goose, Westlake vinegar fish, braised drunken prawns, 8 treasure dragon phoenix jade, 5 color lotus rolls, pearl lily soup, 3 meat and 3 vegetable dishes. 3 jars of 20-year-old drunken immortal. The other waiter placed the 6 jars of wine beside the table. The other 3 jars have been prepared for you. You can take them from the counter when you leave. Okay. Zhang Xiaoyang smiled. He took out a banknote and handed it to the waiter. I'll pay the bill first. I don't want to get drunk and cause trouble. Seeing Zhang Xiaoyang take out the money, the waiter hurriedly waved his hand. I wouldn't dare. My shopkeeper has said that as long as you come to our shop as a guest in the future, everything will be on the house. We can't take a single cent from you. How can that be? Zhang Xiaoyang pretended to be surprised. How can you eat and drink without paying? Master, you've forgotten, the waiter said with a smile. A month ago, my shopkeeper Wang asked you to check the feng shui of his ancestral grave. You didn't take a single cent, shopkeeper Wang? A month ago? Zhang Xiaoyang pretended to think hard. After a long time, he pretended to remember. Oh, I remember now. Why? He's the shopkeeper here? Master, you're so forgetful, the waiter said with a smile. That won't do. That's one thing. I have to pay for the wine. Zhang Xiaoyang stuffed the banknote into the waiter's hands. The waiter hurriedly pushed back Zhang Xiaoyang's banknotes in fear and trepidation. That won't do, that won't do. If the shopkeeper knew that I accepted your money, he would break my legs. That won't do, won't do. You two immortal masters, please enjoy. I'll take my leave now. After saying that, the waiter winked at the other waiter and turned to leave the private room. I couldn't tell that you're so good at acting. Yu Xingchen laughed. If you were in the theater, you'd be a famous actor. Don't King mock me. I didn't even ask you to pay for this meal, and you're still mocking me. Zhang Xiaoyang picked up a jar of drunken immortal and broke the yellow seal. He put it under his nose and took a deep breath. Good wine, really good wine. Ha ha, it's a pity that you can't drink. You can't experience the joys of life. I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. Yu Xingchen picked up his chopsticks and put a mouthful of food into his mouth. What do you think about Xuanji? Are you really going to set up the 1,000 spirit formation to find the cauldron? Whoever wants to go can go. I'm not going anyway. Zhang Xiaoyang said as he poured the wine into his cup. Xuanji, that old bastard, isn't a good person either. He's just giving us orders. He really thinks we're fools. You're not going? Yu Xingchen asked. No. Zhang Xiaoyang picked up his cup and drank it in one gulp. His face was full of satisfaction. That's against the imperial order. You'll be beheaded. Yu Xingchen reminded Zhang Xiaoyang. Against the imperial order? Zhang Xiaoyang continued to pour wine into his cup. Brother Yu, do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? Right now, His Majesty is like a turtle in a jar. He can't even take care of himself. How can he even think about finding the cauldron? Turtle in a jar? Yu Xingchen frowned when he heard Zhang Xiaoyang's words. What do you mean? Old man, don't pretend. Zhang Xiaoyang put down his cup and pulled off a goose leg. Can't you see something so obvious? What am I pretending? Yu Xingchen said anxiously. What's going on? You really don't know. Zhang Xiaoyang put the goose leg under his nose and sniffed. Nonsense. Yu Xingchen said. Why would I ask you if I knew? You haven't looked at the stars these past 2 days? Zhang Xiaoyang stared at Yu Xingchen and asked seriously. Stars? Yu Xingchen was puzzled. What stars? What else could it be? Zhang Xiaoyang took a bite of the roasted goose leg. Celestial phenomena, of course. Celestial phenomena? Yu Xingchen continued to frown. What celestial phenomena? It's been drizzling for over a month now. How can I look at the celestial phenomena? The scarlet stars are as bright as fire, hovering around the heart constellation. What do you think it is? Zhang Xiaoyang glanced at Yu Xingchen, then continued to eat his goose leg. Antares guarding the heart. Yu Xingchen exclaimed. Chapter 250. Zhang Xiaoyang nodded. When did this happen? Yu Xingchen frowned. Just a month ago. Zhang Xiaoyang threw the leftover goose leg bone on the table and wiped his hand with a towel as he spoke. Yu Xingchen remained silent with his brows furrowed. Mars guarded the heart, and the emperor searched for the cauldron. Zhang Xiaoyang continued. Brother Yu, don't you think this is strange? You mean to say that the emperor... Yu Xingchen lowered his voice and leaned closer to Zhang Xiaoyang. Has passed away. That's impossible. Zhang Xiaoyang shook his head and said, I observed the stars last night. Although the emperor's star was dim, it did not show any signs of collapse. Instead, the auxiliary star shone brightly and the thief star entered the palace. Someone is holding the emperor hostage. Yu Xingchen exclaimed again. Shoo! Zhang Xiaoyang raised his index finger to his lips and motioned for Yu Xingchen to be quiet. Then, he lowered his voice and said, If I'm not wrong, the emperor should be under house arrest now. Who dares to do this? Yu Xingchen whispered. Who dares to hold the emperor hostage? It's most likely Xuanji. Zhang Xiaoyang began pouring wine again. Xuanji? Yu Xingchen was confused. Why is he holding the emperor under house arrest? Does he want to become the emperor? It's not that simple. Zhang Xiaoyang took a sip of wine and said, How capable is Xuanji? How dare he covet the great Ming's empire? If you ask me, he's just a small fry. The real mastermind has yet to show himself. Why do you say that? Yu Xingchen asked. It's simple. Zhang Xiaoyang said, Although Xuanji is the grand tutor, he doesn't have military power. If he was bold enough to hold the emperor hostage, how could he still be alive today? Not to mention the others. Any of the princes could take his life. Killing the rebels and saving the emperor's life is a great achievement. Who wouldn't want to fight for it? Perhaps those princes still don't know about this? Yu Xingchen asked. I say, old brother, you underestimate those princes too much. Zhang Xiaoyang picked up his chopsticks and put a piece of fish into his mouth. They all have powerful people supporting them from behind, especially the current crown prince. I heard that just the number of ministers and advisors under him is as many as 100, and the number of experts in the Xian sect is innumerable. Besides, these princes have to pay their respects to the emperor every day. Could it be that they can't tell if their father is under house arrest? That's even more impossible, Yu Xingchen said doubtfully. Since they already knew that their father was under house arrest, why didn't they do anything? Didn't you just say that this is a great contribution? That's the crux of the matter. Zhang Xiaoyang put down his chopsticks and looked at Yu Xingchen. It's not that we don't want to save these princes, but we don't dare to. You don't dare to save him? The more Yu Xingqian listened, the more confused she became. Think about it. Even the current crown prince doesn't dare to touch him. You can imagine how strong he is. Zhang Xiaoyang said. Then who could it be? Yu Xingqian frowned. Let me ask you, who has the most military power in this dynasty? Zhang Xiaoyang reminded Yu Xingqian. Military power? Yu Xingqian lowered his head in thought. After a long while, he suddenly looked up. You mean? That's right. Zhang Xiaoyang dipped his index finger in his tea and wrote a word on the table. Zhou. Zhou Dao, Minister Zhou? Yu Xingqian was shocked. In the current imperial court, the person with the most military power was Zhou Dao. He had 300,000 soldiers under his command, all of them elite soldiers. He had once been a general in the vanguard and had many outstanding military achievements. Later on, he became the Minister of War and was in charge of the Ministry of War. He had all the officials and power in the imperial court. Apart from him, no one else would dare to do this, Zhang Xiaoyang said calmly. Even if he has the strength, we can't be sure that it's him. Yu Xingqian was confused. This is only one of the reasons, Zhang Xiaoyang said. Could there be more to it? Yu Xingqian asked. Of course. Zhang Xiaoyang picked up a red braised prawn and began peeling it. Bro, have you heard about Minister Zhou's wedding? I've heard a little. Yu Xingqian nodded. I heard that someone caused a ruckus at the wedding and stole the bride. I've only heard rumors about this. I don't know if it's true. To tell you the truth, it's true. Zhang Xiaoyang put the peeled prawn into his mouth and ate it. Oh, Yu Xingqian was surprised. Who would have the guts to steal Minister Zhou's woman? Do they have a death wish? Haha, you'll be shocked if I tell you. Zhang Xiaoyang picked up another prawn and began peeling it. What's going on? Don't keep me in suspense. Tell me, Yu Xingqian urged. Firstly, it wasn't someone else who stole his woman. It was him who stole someone else's woman. It's only right for him to come and take back his woman, Zhang Xiaoyang said seriously. Secondly, the person who came was only one person, but there were hundreds of sharpshooters and dozens of ninjas in the Zhou residence. In the end, they were all killed in one move. Thirdly, the Zhou residence was razed to the ground by this person in an instant, and the woman was also taken away by him. Minister Zhou stole someone else's woman? Japanese ninjas? Yu Xingqian was confused. Hundreds of people were killed in one move? The Zhou residence was razed to the ground in one move? What's going on? Who's so awesome that you'd believe in such ridiculous rumors? Yu Xingqian shook his head and picked up his chopsticks. It's not a rumor. It's true, Zhang Xiaoyang said as he ate the prawn. One of the people who attended Minister Zhou's wedding was my senior. He's now in charge of the imperial astronomer. He saw it with his own eyes. How could it be wrong? Is this true? Yu Xingqian put down his chopsticks. Why would I lie to you? Zhang Xiaoyang said. Now that you mention it, it does sound a little strange. Yu Xingqian twirled his beard and nodded slightly. It's not that simple, Zhang Xiaoyang said seriously. Think about it. Zhou Dao is the Minister of War. How could he have ninja experts under him? What's more, the Japanese special envoy, Matsumoto Takeyoshi, was also at the wedding. You're saying that Zhou Dao and the Japanese special envoy, Matsumoto Takeyoshi, are colluding in secret? Yu Xingqian asked. That's possible, Zhang Xiaoyang said mysteriously. I went to the Zhou residence to check it out. It was indeed in ruins. The person who came had a very high cultivation level. It's rare to see such a high level of cultivation. Does turning it into ruins prove that it was done by someone? Yu Xingqian smiled and continued eating. It must have been blown up by gunpowder. The rumors on the streets have been exaggerated. By the time they reach your ears, the rumors will have already changed. I checked carefully. There was no sign of gunpowder at all, Zhang Xiaoyang said solemnly. The residence was destroyed by Qi Jin. Qi Jin? Yu Xingqian raised his eyebrows. Who would have such ability? Cui Ziwen from Tsuaming Hall? Ishui Han from Tsing E Society? Or Jin Chan from Pear Blossom Palace? Or Ru Yin from Red Dust Pavilion? You're spouting nonsense without even drinking, Zhang Xiaoyang said with a smile. Cui Ziwen was at the Zhou residence at the time. Ishui Han is capable. but he's always been alone and doesn't have a wife. Speaking of which, even if Ishui Han has a woman, no matter how stupid Zhou Dao is, he wouldn't be stupid enough to steal his woman. As for Jin Shan from Pear Blossom Palace and Ru Yin from Red Dust Pavilion, that's even more impossible. They're both women. Why would they steal a wife? Then who could it be? Yu Xingqian thought hard. It's rare to see a young person with such a cultivation level. By the way, hasn't your fellow disciple from the Imperial Astronomer seen this person? Zhang Xiaoyang shook his head. If that's the case, Zhou Dao is the most suspicious, Yu Xingqian said. That Dongying special envoy is also involved. That's right. I privately asked my fellow disciple from the Imperial Astronomer about Matsumoto Takeyoshi, and I really did find something fishy. Zhang Xiaoyang said as he picked up another piece of fish and put it into his mouth. Oh, what did he say? Yu Xingqian asked. He said that this person hasn't left after paying tribute to the emperor. He should still be in the Ming dynasty, Zhang Xiaoyang said. Oh, he hasn't left yet? Yu Xingqian also felt that something was amiss. He's not leaving after finishing his business, and he's colluding with the Minister of War. Nothing good can come out of this. Zhang Xiaoyang laughed coldly. Coupled with what happened last night and this astronomical phenomenon, don't you think it's too much of a coincidence? Then what do you think we should do now? Yu Xingqian asked Zhang Xiaoyang. Are we really going to set up the Thousand Spirit Formation to help the Imperial Court find the cauldron? When the time comes, I'll just claim that I'm sick and can't get out of bed. Zhang Xiaoyang tilted his head back and downed the wine in his cup. If I'm sick and can't serve them, will the Imperial Court kill me? If you don't take the lead, the others won't easily step forward either. Yu Xingqian picked up his cup and took a sip of tea. Who says no one will step forward? Zhang Xiaoyang smiled. Hasn't that Lu guy always wanted to serve the Imperial Court? I'm afraid he's the only one. Yu Xingqian said as he scooped soup into his bowl with a porcelain spoon. I had a falling out with him last night on purpose. Zhang Xiaoyang, who had already finished one jar, reached out and opened another one. I saw through a long time ago. Yu Xingqian smiled. Hee, I was actually saying that for everyone to hear. Zhang Xiaoyang smiled as he poured wine into his cup. To make my position clear and let them understand what's at stake. Zhang Xiaoyang slammed the wine jar on the table. The Thousand Spirit Formation is no small matter. The slightest mistake will make me a sinner for all eternity. Those sect leaders should understand Brother Xiaoyang's painstaking efforts. Yu Xingqian took a sip of the soup with a porcelain spoon and said, no one would do such a self-deprecating thing, except for that Lu guy. Brother Yu have to be careful of that Lu guy, Zhang Xiaoyang said seriously to Yu Xingqian. His cultivation is not low, and he's narrow-minded and vicious. Brother Yu, you're a kind person, so you have to be careful of him. Mao Mountain's soul, shattering palm, and Art of Truth Ascension are no joke. Brother Zhang, don't worry. Even if I haven't eaten pork, I've seen pigs run. Yu Xingqian smiled. This isn't my first day in the Jianghu. If I claim to be sick, what will you do? Zhang Xiaoyang asked Yu Xingqian. Are you going to claim to be sick too? Me? Ha! Yu Xingqian laughed. I'm easy to handle. When the time comes, I'll go find Zhang Monastery's Qingqinzi and have him give me a palm strike. Then I won't have to claim to be sick. I'll be seriously injured. You're more ruthless than me. Zhang Xiaoyang smiled. Speaking of Qingqinzi, why didn't he come this time? Don't you know Qingqing? Yu Xingqian smiled. If he's good at divination, he would have gone into hiding long ago. When can I be like Qingqing and be able to predict everything? How great would that be? Zhang Xiaoyang also began to drink the soup. I want it too, but it's a pity. Yu Xingqian shook his head and sighed. Our combined cultivation can't even compare to his pinky finger. If we want to reach his level, we'll have to wait until our next lives. Why don't I just stop claiming to be sick and go teach him a lesson with you? Let him give us each a palm strike. After that, we'll stay at his place and let him serve us well. What do you think? Zhang Xiaoyang smiled. We can't beat him anyway. That way, the Imperial Court can't do anything to us. That's a little too wicked. Yu Xingqian smiled. We'll be fine, but Qingqing will be unlucky. Who cares? Anyway, he didn't come this time. With his temper, he can't do anything he doesn't want to do. We'll just treat it as him saving us this time. Zhang Xiaoyang smiled. I think that's a good idea. Yu Xingqian smiled. Let's do it. Hurry up and eat. After we're done, we'll go to Xiang Temple to find him. Zhang Xiaoyang said as he tore off another goose leg. Eat, eat, eat. After we're done, we'll go find Xingqian. Yu Xingqian also began to gorge himself. After the two finished eating, they left the private room and went to the main hall. Zhang Xiaoyang felt bad that he had eaten and drank for free. He didn't go to the counter to get the remaining 3 jars of wine and was about to leave. Unexpectedly, the waiter had sharp eyes and saw the two of them coming down the stairs. He hurriedly handed the bamboo basket containing 3 jars of 20-year-old drunken immortal wine to Zhang Xiaoyang. Zhang Xiaoyang didn't want to accept it, but he couldn't refuse the waiter's kindness. He could only accept it. At this time, the two of them discovered a strange phenomenon. An old beggar was sitting in the most conspicuous seat in the main hall. In front of him were 2 jars of 20-year-old drunken immortal wine and an entire roast goose. The old beggar was happily eating large pieces of meat and drinking large bowls of wine. He was having a great time. Your shopkeeper Wang is really kind, Zhang Xiaoyang said to the waiter. He actually invited a beggar to the drunken immortal restaurant to eat meat and drink. Yu Xingqian was also surprised. You may not know, but this old beggar's money has already been paid for by someone. He paid 1,000 taels of silver in advance. The waiter said, in the future, he can eat and drink whatever he wants here. He can have as much as he wants. There's actually such a good thing in the world. After hearing the waiter's words, Zhang Xiaoyang sighed inwardly. As the sect master of the righteous sect, he had never enjoyed such treatment. What's going on? Yu Xingqian was also in disbelief. I'm not sure. When the forest is big, there are all kinds of birds. The waiter smiled and said. Zhang Xiaoyang waved his hand at the waiter, and the waiter immediately left. Let's go, brother Yu. Zhang Xiaoyang winked at Yu Xingqian. Let's go take a look and see what's so special about this person. That's not good, Yu Xingqian replied. If 2 sect masters went to watch a beggar eat, people would laugh their heads off. Let's go take a look. Zhang Xiaoyang was very curious. He carried the bamboo basket in one hand and pulled Yu Xingqian with the other. Who would have thought that when the two of them were only 5 feet away from the old beggar's back, something happened that stunned them. It was as if a wall of air had appeared out of nowhere in front of them, blocking their way. What was even stranger was that other than the two of them, the others were not affected at all. They walked back and forth around them, as if nothing had happened. Chapter 251. Zhang Xiaoyang was curious to begin with. Coupled with the fact that he had just finished drinking, he decided to fight the Qi wall on a whim. He was the sect leader of Zhengyi's sect. His cultivation was shocking, and his scorching sun palm had been perfected. Zhang Xiaoyang squinted his eyes and began to resist the power of the Qi wall. However, no matter how hard he tried, the Qi wall in front of him did not move at all. Fine beads of sweat began to appear on his forehead. Yu Xingqian frowned when he saw this. He also stepped forward and urged his true qi to resist the invisible qi wall. He knew Zhang Xiaoyang's cultivation. Although this guy was an alcoholic, his cultivation was at the peak of perfection. His reputation as the sect leader of Zhengyi's sect was not undeserved. He did not expect the old beggar's qi wall to be able to stop the dignified sect leader of Zhengyi's sect from taking a step forward. Yu Xingqian could not bear to watch and immediately stepped forward to help. Wang! The two sect masters pushed their cultivation techniques to the extreme, so much so that a thin layer of golden light began to appear around their bodies. The qi wall did not move at all. The old beggar was still drinking by himself. Zhang Xiaoyang was anxious. He was the sect leader of Zhengyi's sect. When had he ever been humiliated like this? He had to be serious with this old beggar. Zhang Xiaoyang started preparing to use his scorching sun palm. However, when he channeled his true qi to his left palm, a strange scene occurred. Apart from his eyeballs, he could not move any part of his body. Zhang Xiaoyang moved his eyeballs and looked at Yu Xingqian from the corner of his eye. Sure enough, Yu Xingqian was also looking at him from the corner of his eye. Yu Xingqian's hand flashed with golden light. It was the Chuanjin sect's big, dipper, 7 stars palm. The two great techniques that shocked the Jianghu were like child's play in front of this old beggar. When the two of them looked at each other, they were shocked. What kind of evil technique did this old beggar use to be able to imprison the two sect leaders at the same time? The two of them chanted the secret incantations of the various sects countless times, but the usual exorcism secret incantations that worked every single time were completely ineffective at this moment. Just when the two of them were anxious and didn't know what to do, the old beggar sitting on the chair had almost finished eating. He wiped his mouth, wrapped the rest of the roast goose in oil paper, and stuffed it into his arms. Then he untied a big gourd from his waist and poured the rest of the wine on the table into the gourd, ignoring the two trapped in the same place. The two of them were unable to open their mouths and could only watch the old beggar leave in a drunken state. After the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the two of them gradually regained their senses. Phew! Zhang Xiaoyang let out a long sigh of relief after the shackles were removed. After such a torment, he had already sobered up by half. Yu Xingqian stretched his arms and legs, not saying a word. My eyes have been opened today. Zhang Xiaoyang turned to Xingqian and said, "There's always someone better than you." "I really don't know who it is to have such a cultivation level," Yu Xingqian replied. "Let's go to Purple Sun Temple," Zhang Xiaoyang said with a serious expression. "Let's ask Qing Qing and see if she knows." Yu Xingqian nodded. A month later. Phoenix Mountain. Lingyun Cave. It was the middle of the night. Chico. Chico. Yi Fan, who was sleeping on the bed, closed his eyes tightly, frowned, and sweated profusely. "Qinzi." Yi Fan shouted loudly. He sat up on the bed with a whoosh and gasped for air. "Phew! Phew!" Yi Fan panted heavily and hurriedly looked at his beloved wife, who was sleeping next to him. So it was a dream. Yi Fan closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. "What's wrong?" Fujiwara no Chico, who was awakened by Yi Fan's voice, sat up sleepily and asked while rubbing her eyes, "Why did you wake me up in the middle of the night?" "I had a dream." Yi Fan stared blankly and muttered to himself. "What kind of dream could scare you like this?" Fujiwara no Chico said as she wiped Yi Fan's sweat with the sleeve of her pajamas. "Look at you. You're sweating so much." "This dream was so real," Yi Fan said as he grabbed Fujiwara no Chico's hand and said nervously, "It was so real." "What did you dream about?" Fujiwara no Chico said as she continued to wipe Yi Fan's sweat with her other hand. "I dreamt." Yi Fan held Fujiwara no Chico's hand tightly and said to her nervously, "I dreamt that there were two of you. One left and the other died." Thinking about the dream, Yi Fan felt fear again. "Idiot, I'm here, aren't I?" Fujiwara no Chico comforted Yi Fan and said, "No matter how real a dream is, it's just a dream. It's all fake." Yi Fan looked at Fujiwara no Chico and nodded gently. Maybe he was too worried about Chico's safety, so he dreamed about it at night. Yi Fan thought to himself, but the dream just now was too real. In the dream, the expressionless Fujiwara no Chico stood in front of Yi Fan's bed. Suddenly, she turned from one Fujiwara no Chico into two Fujiwara no Chico. One slowly floated backward and gradually disappeared, while the other stayed where she was and instantly fell to the ground and died. "Okay, don't be in a daze." Fujiwara no Chico touched Yi Fan's cheek and said, "Quickly go to sleep. Don't think too much." "Okay, let's sleep," Yi Fan said. Wong. Just as the two of them were about to lie down and continue sleeping, the snake's shadow, sword on the stone table in the bedroom, suddenly let out a high-pitched sound. Then a white light shone, and the sword trembled incessantly. The husband and wife were startled by the sudden sound and white light and were momentarily stunned. A divine weapon warning. Yi Fan frowned, and his heart skipped a beat. When he was in Pear Blossom Palace, he heard his father Yi Kong tell him about his grandfather's snow thread sword unsheathed. After that warning, the Yi family met with a great calamity and had to move out. He didn't expect that the snake's shadow sword would also warn him this time. Wong. The snake's shadow, sword on the stone table, trembled more and more violently. In the end, it actually let out a long sound and floated up from the stone table. It flew back and forth in the room and kept buzzing incessantly. Wong. The leaf fire sword beside Yi Fan's bed suddenly shone with a bright red light. Then, like the snake shadow sword, it automatically floated up and flew behind the snake shadow sword. The leaf fire sword. Yi Fan's frown deepened. Wong. Just as the snake shadow sword and leaf fire were flying around continuously, Fujiwara no Chico's sword sheath in the corner of the room also began to vibrate incessantly. Clang! The roar of a tiger and the roar of a dragon could be heard. Fujiwara Chico's scabbard opened automatically, and the 1,000 righteous blade flew out of its scabbard. It flashed with a dazzling white light as it joined the ranks of the snake shadow and Li Hua, circling back and forth. Chiho also started to warn him. Chapter 252. Behind him, Fujiwara no Chico was also frowning, not saying a word. Her family was also a family of weaponsmiths, so she was very clear about the warning from the Shin weapons. She got off the bed and slowly walked to Yi Fan's side. At this time, Snake Shadow, Departing Fire, and Chiho, the 3 peerless Shin weapons, 1 blade and 2 swords, were chirping non-stop in the stone room. The red and white light emitted by the Shun weapons illuminated the stone room. Chico, put on the flawless Taoist robe and change your clothes. We are leaving here. With a serious expression, Yi Fan said as he waved his hand at Snake Shadow and Departing Fire in the air. The 2 Shun weapons had their own spirituality. Seeing that their master was calling them back, they flew back to Yi Fan's hand one after the other. Where are we going? Fujiwara no Chico also waved her hand at Chiho's blade that was circling in the air. Chiho's blade flew back into her hand. This place is no longer safe. Yi Fan walked to the bed and started to put on his clothes. We're going to Pear Blossom Palace. Pear Blossom Palace? Fujiwara no Chico asked with a frown. Now, there is no time to lose. We are leaving immediately. Yi Fan said as he coiled Snake Shadow around his waist. When Grandpa Yi Yun's snow thread sword was unsheathed to give a warning, the Yi family had such a big change. Now that Snake Shadow, Departing Fire, and Chiho were giving a warning at the same time, how big of a disaster would there be? Thinking of what senior apprentice Sister Kwang Hua and his close friend White Tiger had said to him, Yi Fan's heart started to become cloudy. If he guessed correctly this time, his beloved wife Fujiwara no Chico's great calamity should be coming. Aren't we very safe here? Fujiwara no Chico asked Yi Fan. Why are we going to Pear Blossom Palace? Pear Blossom Palace is located in a remote area with high mountains and dense forests. There are many experts there. Yi Fan held the leaf fire sword in his hand. If anything happens, we can help each other. After fighting the gecko spirit last time, Yi Fan realized that there was always someone stronger in this world. The spiritual energy barrier he laid down had actually become food for the gecko spirit. That gecko spirit was only a small general under Xietian, but it already had this kind of battle strength. If it wasn't for the 2 divine weapons at that time, it was hard to say whether he would have won or lost. Although his cultivation had made some progress in the past month, and he had even created the extremely and cold palm technique, freezing ice palm. But as the saying goes, it is better to be safe than sorry. The location of the Ling Yun cave had already been exposed. Although there was Big Brother Kim's barrier here, he was still too passive. If there was only 1 expert, he could deal with it, but if there were 2 experts, he couldn't do anything. Who would take care of his beloved wife? Today, the 3 divine weapons suddenly gave off a warning, so Yi Fan had no choice but to reconsider Fujiwara no Chico's safety. Other than this place, the safest place would be Miaojiang's Pear Blossom Palace. He made up his mind to bring Fujiwara no Chico to Pear Blossom Palace. Jin Shan's cultivation was profound, and she had the support of Mu Sun, Shui Ling, Huiyin, and Tu Kuan. Even if the other side came prepared, it would not be easy to succeed. The most important thing was that there was someone to take care of his beloved wife, so he could focus on dealing with the enemy. Fujiwara no Chico behind him also tightly knit her brows, not saying a word. Her family was also a family of weaponsmiths, so she was very clear on the matter of the divine weapon warning. She got off the bed and slowly walked to Yifan's side. At this time, Snake's Shadow, Departing Fire, and Chiho, the three peerless divine weapons, one saber and two swords, were constantly chirping and flying in circles in the stone house. The red and white light emitted by the divine weapons illuminated the stone house. Chico, put on the flawless Taoist robe and change your clothes. We're going to leave this place. With a serious expression, Yifan stretched out his hand and beckoned to Snake's Shadow and Departing Fire in the air. The two divine weapons had their own spirituality. Seeing that their master was calling them back, they flew back to Yifan's hand one after another. Where are we going? Fujiwara no Chico also beckoned to Chiho's saber that was hovering in the air. Chiho's saber flew back to her hand. This place is no longer safe. Yifan walked to the bed and began to put on his clothes. We are going to Pear Blossom Palace. Pear Blossom Palace? Fujiwara no Chico asked with a frown. Now, there is no time to lose. We are leaving immediately, Yifan said as he coiled the Snake's Shadow sword around his waist. At that time, Grandfather Yiyun's snow-thread sword had been unsheathed as a warning, and the Yi clan had undergone such a great change. Now that Snake's Shadow, Departing Fire, and Chiho were all warning at the same time, how great of a disaster would there be? Thinking of what his senior apprentice sister Kuang Hua and his close friend White Tiger had said to him, Yifan's heart began to fill with dark clouds. If he guessed correctly this time, his beloved wife Fujiwara no Chico's great calamity should be coming. Aren't we very safe here? Fujiwara no Chico asked Yifan. Why are we going to Pear Blossom Palace? Pear Blossom Palace is in a remote area with high mountains and dense forests. There are many experts there. Yifan held the Departing Fire sword in his hand. If anything happens, we can look after each other. After fighting with the gecko spirit last time, Yifan realized that there was always someone stronger in this world. The spiritual energy barrier he had laid down had actually become food for the gecko spirit. That gecko spirit was only a small general under Xietian, but it already had this kind of battle strength. If it wasn't for the two divine weapons at that time, it would have been hard to say whether he would have won or lost. Although his cultivation had increased in this month, and he had even created the cold Een Palm technique, frozen ice palm, but as the saying goes, it is better to be safe than sorry. The location of the Soaring Cloud Cave had already been revealed. Although there was Big Brother Kim's barrier here, he was still too passive. If it was just one expert, he could deal with it. But if it was two experts, if he couldn't split himself, who would take care of his beloved wife? Today, the three divine weapons suddenly gave off a warning. So Yifan had to reconsider the problem of Fujiwara no Chico's safety. Other than here, the safest place would be Miaojiang's Pear Blossom Palace. He made up his mind to bring Fujiwara no Chico to Pear Blossom Palace overnight. Jinshan had a profound cultivation, and she had Mu Sun, Shui Ling, Huiyin, and Tu Kuan as support. Even if the other side came prepared, it would not be easy for them to succeed. The most important thing was that his beloved wife would be taken care of, so he could focus on dealing with the enemy. After Fujiwara no Chico heard Yifan's words, she nodded with a serious expression. She was a person who had seen the world. She knew that if she did not make a decision, she would suffer the consequences. She quickly put on her flawless robe and carried her sword case. She blew out the candle and followed Yifan, who was holding the Li Hua's sword, to the entrance of the cave. Boom! After hinting Fujiwara no Chico to keep quiet, Yifan opened the stone door and stood there quietly. He circulated his spiritual energy to his eyes and ears and carefully observed the movements outside. After checking, Yifan was relieved. Everything outside was normal. Let's go. Yifan carried Fujiwara no Chico by her waist and walked out of the cave. Boom! The stone door behind them closed. Yifan's mind moved, and the spiritual energy under his feet was automatically generated. The two of them slowly left the ground and flew straight into the sky. Chapter 253. It was late at night. The moon was bright, and the stars were sparse. There was a gentle breeze, and the flowers and trees nearby were swaying gently in the breeze. There was a problem. Since there was wind, why couldn't he feel it all? After the battle with the lizard, he had completely retracted the spiritual energy barrier. The Lingyun cave was thousands of feet above the ground. As the saying goes, it's cold at the top. The wind should be several times stronger than on the ground. How could there be no wind? Yifan thought to himself as he vigilantly surveyed his surroundings. Fujiwara no Chiko, who was lying in Yifan's arms, saw that Yifan suddenly stopped and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "Sure." Yifan motioned for Fujiwara no Chiko to keep quiet as he continued to observe. It wasn't just his current position. Within 100 feet of the Lingyun cave, it was completely silent. There wasn't even a trace of wind. "Something's wrong," Yifan said as he quickly mobilized the spiritual energy in his body. He quickly flew backward, and a shadow flew back to the entrance of the Lingyun cave. After the two of them landed at the entrance, Yifan put down Fujiwara no Chiko, who looked puzzled. He frowned and looked at the sky. Fujiwara no Chiko knew that Yifan had discovered something and asked hurriedly, "What's wrong?" "Come and see." Yifan, who was frowning, reached out and sucked at the ground. A piece of broken bluestone the size of a pigeon egg immediately flew into his hand. Then Yifan bent his middle finger slightly and flicked it gently. With a swoosh, the broken bluestone flew straight into the sky. Bang! Just as Fujiwara Chiko's face was filled with confusion, the piece of green stone that flew into the air seemed to have hit something. With a bang, it turned into fine powder and slowly dissipated like a puff of green smoke. "There's a barrier," Fujiwara no Chiko exclaimed. Yifan nodded with a serious expression on his face. No matter how hard he tried, he was still one step too late. The two of them were already trapped by this barrier. A person who could lay down such a huge barrier was definitely not an ordinary person. It seemed that a fierce battle was waiting for him this time. Shwa! With that thought in mind, Yifan flipped his palm and struck the barrier high up in the sky. A translucent palm shadow suddenly shot out from Yifan's hand and soared into the sky. Yifan had used less than 10% of his spiritual energy in this attack. He wanted to test how strong the barrier was. Boom! A huge sound rang out, lingering in the ears and lingering in the air. When Yifan's palm came into contact with the barrier, it was as if it had come into contact with an extremely elastic rubber ball. It quickly rebounded, and the air buzzed from the force of the rebound, causing the air to disperse in all directions. He was indeed an expert. Yifan frowned slightly. This barrier was definitely not ordinary. It was both firm and flexible, completely different from ordinary barriers. Brute force alone could not easily break it. "Quagmire barrier!" Fujiwara no Chiko exclaimed softly after seeing this scene. "Quagmire barrier?" Yifan looked at Fujiwara no Chiko. This was the first time he had heard of such a barrier. "It's one of Japan's secret techniques," Fujiwara no Chiko said worriedly. "I've heard my master mention this secret technique before. Once it's set up, ordinary methods can't break it at all. It's like a quagmire. The more you exert force, the deeper you sink. There's no point to exert force. Is there a way to break it?" Yifan asked. "Yes." Fujiwara no Chiko nodded at Yifan and said, "Your cold air is the nemesis of this quagmire barrier. Then let me try." As Yifan spoke, he pulled out the snake's shadow sword from his waist. Then, he waved it at the transparent barrier in the air. Yifan waved his sword so quickly that even Fujiwara no Chiko, who was very close to him, couldn't clearly see how he moved. Swoosh! A dazzling white arc of light that was 10 feet long was instantly emitted from the snake's shadow sword. It cut through the air like a shooting star, hissing as it flew high into the sky. Yifan's strength was no longer the same as before. Any casual move of his was shockingly powerful. Boom! The distance of several hundred feet was covered in an instant. The white arc of light directly rushed into the barrier. Crack, 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 crack. The snake's shadow sword emitted an extremely cold chi that quickly spread out in all directions within the barrier. The previously completely transparent barrier began to freeze and spread rapidly. In the blink of an eye, a gigantic crystalline ice wall that was over 100 zhang in radius shockingly appeared in the sky. Under the illumination of the stars in the sky, it sparkled and looked extremely beautiful. Take advantage of this opportunity to break this barrier. Fujiwara no Chico said to Yifan. All right. Yifan spoke as he waved the snake's shadow sword in his hand again. Shua. A white arc of light once again whizzed towards the gigantic ice wall in the air. Boom! Kacha! Voila! After the gigantic ice wall was violently attacked, it instantly shattered into countless ice shards of different sizes, raining down from the sky like a torrential rain. Shua! Yifan flicked his sleeves, and an invisible air wall instantly appeared in front of the two of them. The countless ice shards that fell rapidly upon contact with the air wall instantly turned into a crystal-clear ice fog. After a huge hole was broken in the barrier, the air inside and outside could circulate freely. The husband and wife could feel the wind blowing in from the outside. Ayaya, I was wondering why Dashion was no match for you. It turns out that you have a treasure in your hands. Outside the barrier, a low voice drifted into the husband and wife's ears along with the wind blowing in. It was a man's voice, speaking slightly stiff Chinese. Yifan stood there calmly and did not speak. Instead, he carefully observed the movements around him. Countless combat experience told him that the strength of the expert who came this time was probably not below his own. The reason was very simple. Even with his keen hearing, he could not identify the opponent's location. Chico, you go in first. Yifan looked around and said to Fujiwara, no Chico beside him. As usual, no one is allowed to open the door. But you are alone. Be good. Yifan interrupted Fujiwara no Chico's words. Go in and wait for me. Okay. Seeing that Yifan had made up his mind, Fujiwara no Chico had no choice but to agree. Be careful, she said as she turned around and walked to the stone door. With a rumble, the stone door opened. Chico. Yifan turned to Fujiwara no Chico, who was stepping into the cave, and said tenderly, no matter what happens in the future, you have to live well. Do you understand? Fujiwara no Chico, who had already entered the cave, was shocked when she heard Yifan's words. She turned around abruptly, wanting to ask Yifan why he would say such a thing. However, she did not expect Yifan, who was outside the cave, to suddenly wave his long sleeves. Boom! The stone door closed with a loud bang. Yifan! Yifan! Fujiwara no Chico rushed to the door and shouted while banging on the stone door. Chapter 254. Thinking of this, Fujiwara no Chico immediately prepared to open the door by herself. However, it was already too late. Just as the stone door closed, Yifan had already used his pure spiritual energy to seal the stone door. He also activated the snake's shadow sword in his hand to completely seal the stone door in ice. At this moment, the cold energy that Yifan was emitting was extremely pure. In addition, Yifan had also used 70% of his spiritual energy. The ice wall that was more than a foot thick on the stone door was sparkling and translucent. It shone with a dazzling white light, and its hardness was comparable to that of an iron wall. Outside the door, Yifan heard his beloved wife continuously pounding on the stone door and shouting herself hoarse. His eyes could not help but turn red. Ever since he knew that his beloved wife, Fujiwara no Chico, would face a great calamity, he was prepared to sacrifice himself for her, even though this idea had always been his last resort. The relationship between him and Fujiwara no Chico could be said to be bumpy and difficult. Especially the hardships that his beloved wife had suffered. It was even more difficult to describe. Her mother had died early when she was young. Her father had been killed in his middle age. She had been forced to work in the palace. She had gone through hardships to cultivate. She had been poisoned by the yin-yang goo in order to avenge her father. She had lost her memory due to evil people's sorcery, and she had finally recovered her memory with great difficulty. What kind of calamity was waiting for her? As for himself, he had lived a luxurious life since he was young. He had been wearing silk and satin. When he went out, he had a palanquin. When he traveled, he had a carriage. When he went out, he had an endless amount of money to spend. He did not have enough luck to make others envious. Divine weapons were sent to his door. Cultivation was directly given to him by others. He wore flawless robes, wore spiritual jade, lived in an immortal's cave, and had a group of experts accompanying him. It could be said that he had everything that he should not have. Even so, he had accidentally lost his beloved wife once. The other Yi Fan in his body was right. If he could not even protect his own wife, what else could he do? This time he had thought it through. Even if his body was smashed to pieces, he would not let his beloved wife suffer any harm, not even the slightest harm. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Fan, Yi Fan. Fujiwara no Chiko shouted Yi Fan's name at the top of her lungs. Open the door for me. Open the door. Outside the door, Yi Fan pressed his palm against the stone door and used his spirit energy to penetrate the thick stone door that was wrapped in ice and spirit energy, transmitting his voice into the cave. Qinzi, Yi Fan, who was standing outside the door, tried his best to control his choked voice. I left a letter for you under the bed. If anything happens to me this time, open it and read it. Remember, no matter what, you have to survive. After Yi Fan finished speaking, he let go of his hand. Yi Fan, Yi Fan. Fujiwara no Chiko's voice had already started to become hoarse. She frantically pounded on the stone door and sobbed. Open the door, open the door. As she spoke, she weakly slumped to the ground. Outside the door, Yi Fan heard Fujiwara no Chiko's cries, and his heart was about to break. He forcefully blinked his reddened eyes, then steeled his heart and placed a layer of spirit energy outside the ice wall. This way, he wouldn't be able to hear Fujiwara no Chiko's voice. Yi Fan calmed his emotions and turned around. His eyes stared fixedly at the huge ice hole in the barrier. With his current cultivation level, he was actually unable to determine the other party's position. The expert that came this time was likely to be very difficult to deal with. You're a Yi Fan? As a deep and magnetic voice sounded, a huge and exquisite green throne slowly appeared in the void. The throne was entirely emerald green and was completely carved out of jade. The patterns were simple and exquisite, and it was exceptionally luxurious and gorgeous. A middle-aged man sat on the throne with a calm expression. The man's face was extremely handsome, with sharp edges and a pair of deep eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything in the world. He was wearing a gorgeous white battle robe and white jade inlaid curved boots. His long hair cascaded down his back like a waterfall and was casually tied up with a delicate green hairband. He was elegant and imposing. A lock of glossy black hair hung in front of his forehead. He looked slightly unruly, but it didn't lose his elegance. The middle-aged man supported himself with one arm on the throne's armrest. He held his chin in his hand and smiled at Yi Fan, who was standing at the entrance of the cave. Wah! After the middle-aged man appeared, the huge hole in the quagmire barrier that Yi Fan had created slowly disappeared. I am Yi Fan. Yi Fan calmly raised his head and looked at the uninvited guest in front of him. From the aura this person was emitting, this person's cultivation level was high and his strength was strong. It was far from the blue-clothed man and the lizard spirit from before. Not to mention anything else, just from this person's eyes that were as deep as the sea, it could be seen that this person's spiritual energy was pure and his aura was stable. It was something that he had never seen before. Yi Fan thought, as he secretly moved his spiritual energy to his eyes. During the battle in the ancestral house, he had the ability to see through the veins of a human body. He had never used this ability before, but this time it was no small matter. He wanted to use this ability to see through the spiritual energy of this expert in front of him. Who would have thought that with one look, Yi Fan would be shocked and secretly complain. Through his spiritual eye, he found that the expert in front of him was glowing with a green light. It was continuous, like a person made of light. It was extremely dazzling. What a strong spiritual energy. This person's entire body was filled with jade-green spiritual energy. There was no gap at all. Yi Fan frowned. Before this person appeared, he was still very confident in his own spiritual energy. At this time, his chi was filled with pure spiritual energy. Not only that, there was also a lot of spiritual energy circulating in his meridians. But after this expert appeared, the difference between them was obvious. His chi and meridians were filled with spiritual energy, but his opponent's spiritual energy was completely filled. His muscles, blood, and even his hair and nails were filled with spiritual energy. It was simply a combination of spiritual energy. Just in terms of spiritual energy, he was completely at a disadvantage. Right now, he could only rely on the two divine weapons in his hands and the cold energy in his body. Yi Fan thought, to be able to reach such a realm at such a young age, it is indeed not simple. The middle-aged man on the jadeite throne smiled and said, with your current realm, even if you don't have a divine weapon, enchantment won't be your opponent. While Yi Fan was observing him, he was also observing Yi Fan. He realized that the interior of Yi Fan's body was extremely complicated. Needless to say, Yi Fan's spiritual energy was abundant. There were also many types of spiritual energy. There were gold, white, and red. What made him even more surprised was that there were actually 3 extremely powerful seals in Yi Fan's body. The blood-red energy under the seals was extremely tyrannical and restless. If it were not for the 3 seals forcefully suppressing it, this young man in front of him would have been completely devoured and turned into a monster. Chapter 255. This young man is really as great God Xietian said. He is not ordinary. The middle-aged man thought. Who are you? What are you doing here? Yi Fan calmly spoke. Why did you set up this barrier? I'm called Daitengu, one of the 10 guards under Xietian. Please take care of me. The middle-aged man smiled. I heard you injured in Chandashion, so I came to take a look out of curiosity. As for why I set up this barrier, the reason is very simple, to take your life. He is here to take my life again. Yi Fan gave a bitter laugh in his heart. The man was harmless, but the tiger was harmful. He only wanted to live a peaceful life, but such a simple wish could not be fulfilled. Go back and tell that evil god. Yi Fan spoke. He can do whatever he wants. It has nothing to do with me. I only want to live a peaceful life. I don't want anything else. He was speaking the truth. Who cares if Xietian or Xietian was evil? He did not have the time to meddle in his matters. You are destined to be great God Xietian's enemy in this life. This is your destiny. You have escaped death time after time, becoming stronger as you fight. Do you really think this is all a coincidence? Today, I'll take your life for great God Xietian and let great God Xietian resolve this matter as soon as possible. The great heavenly hound said with a smile, after I take your life, I'll head to the Agony Hawk Peak and take care of that fellow named Yi Ming. Finally, I'll take that surnamed Chui's head, and I won't come here in vain. Yi Ming? The Yi family ancestor on the Eagle Worry Peak? Chui Ziwen? When were the 2 of them dragged into this? What does this matter have to do with them? Yi Fan was shocked when he heard their names. Why are you looking for them? Are the 2 of them also enemies of your evil god? Yi Fan asked with a frown. The complexity of this matter surpassed his imagination. It seems like you're still in the dark and don't know anything. In the air, Daitengu rubbed his chin as he smiled. The 3 bells are in the hands of the 3 of you. If I don't kill the 3 of you, how can I take them? Black, white, and red? Samling? Yi Fan was shocked after hearing Daitengu's words. After that, he furrowed his brows. This Daitengu was truly powerful. It actually knew that he had the white bell on him. He had seen Shui Ziwen's black bell before. Back then, he had gone to the Purple Sun Temple to find Qing Qinzi to save Fujiwara no Chico. On the way back, he had met Shui Ziwen. He remembered clearly that the black bell that looked exactly like his white bell was tied to Chui Ziyuan's waist. What was this bell related to Xie Tian? Yi Ming, the night ancestor, also had a bell, and it was red. What kind of mystery was hidden inside this bell? Countless questions appeared in Yi Fan's mind. Don't ask this much. You're about to die. There's no use in knowing this. Dai Tengu on the jade throne said with a smile, I'm in a rush, so I won't chat with you anymore. After saying this, Dai Tengu's lips curled and an evil smile appeared on his face. A pair of sparkling eyes silently looked at Yi Fan. Yi Fan at the entrance felt a strong, killing intent coming at him. He did not dare hesitate and directly pulled out the fleeting flame sword in his hand. Zheng! The roar of a tiger and dragon rang out as the fleeting flame sword came out of its sheath. Red light shot out in all directions, creating a rainbow of aura. Under the red light, Yi Fan had a calm expression. His eyes narrowed as he coldly looked at Dai Tengu on the throne in the air. Dai Tengu lying on the jade throne revealed a faint smile as he maintained his posture. Your sword is indeed not bad, but it's a pity that it can't hurt me. You can give it a try? Yi Fan coldly spoke. Hee hee. Dai Tengu laughed. Let me make a bet with you. If you can force me away from the throne today, I will spare your life and leave immediately. Oh. Yi Fan raised his brows and asked, Are you serious? I'm not joking. Dai Tengu laughed. Fine. Yi Fan spoke as he activated the fleeting flame sword in his hand. He directly used 50% of his spiritual energy. Buzz. The fleeting flame sword let out a crisp ring as the flames around it instantly increased by 30 feet. The fire dragon on the sword was also covered in green flames as it glared at Feng Lin furiously. Dai Tengu, who was half lying on the jade throne, was still in the same posture as before. He smiled as he looked at Yi Fan. Seeing Dai Tengu's expression, Yi Fan's expression sank. Dai Tengu's expression told him that Dai Tengu didn't care about his moves at all. Thinking of this, Yi Fan increased the strength in his hand once again, increasing the amount of spiritual energy in his hand to 70%. Buzz. The fleeting flame sword in Yi Fan's hand let out an excited cry as the red flames on the sword increased by another 30 feet. Furthermore, the ferocious fire dragon on the sword had already taken shape, and it looked like it was about to burst out at any moment. Shua! Yi Fan excitedly slashed the fleeting flame sword towards Dai Tengu, who was smiling in the air. Who? A dragon-shaped flame that was over 100 feet long shot out from the fleeting flame sword and charged towards Dai Tengu, who was sitting on the jade throne. Dai Tengu, who was sitting on the throne, was still in the same posture as before. Facing the huge fire dragon, it was as if nothing had happened. Who? The fire dragon raised its head and swung its tail. In the blink of an eye, it was only 30 feet away from Dai Tengu. Dai Tengu, who was sitting on the throne, placed his right hand on the armrest of the throne as he rested his chin on his palm. He smiled as he looked at the fire dragon charging towards him. Boom! When the fire dragon was about 10 feet away from Dai Tengu, it was as if it had collided with an invisible wall and instantly exploded, turning into countless fireballs that rained down from the sky. The fire dragon that he had summoned using 70% of his spiritual energy was easily destroyed before it even got close to his opponent. Yi Fan's brows furrowed into a knot. His opponent's spiritual energy was too strong. Yi Fan could tell that his opponent didn't intentionally set up a spiritual energy wall. His opponent's spiritual energy barrier was already over 10 feet thick. Continue. Dai Tengu, who was sitting on the jade throne, laughed. He seemed to be in an extremely good mood. Since he couldn't attack from afar, then he would attack from close range. Yi Fan's fighting spirit was instantly ignited. His opponent's spiritual energy was very strong, but his own spiritual energy wasn't weak either. Yi Fan thought as he circulated his spiritual energy and executed his movement technique. Shua! Yi Fan's figure disappeared into thin air. Dai Tengu, who was sitting on the throne, smiled and didn't seem to mind. Shua! Boom! In the blink of an eye, Yi Fan's figure had already appeared 10 feet away from Dai Tengu. The blazingly fire sword in his hand viciously chopped down on Dai Tengu's spiritual energy barrier. Red light splattered everywhere. Waves of heat surged. Under Yi Fan's 80% spiritual energy, the Leaf Fire Sword's sword glow grew to a height of 8 feet. The blazing flames expanded to over 10 feet. But even so, Dai Tengu's spiritual energy barrier was still as firm as a rock. It didn't budge at all. Within the spiritual chi barrier, Dai Tengu smiled as it looked at Yi Fan, who had a resolute expression on his face as he resisted his spiritual chi barrier. Ayaya, you still need to put in more effort. Dai Tengu smiled as he spoke to Yi Fan. This bit of strength won't do. Chapter 256. Che. Dai Tengu shook his head and laughed when he saw Yi Fan's figure disappear. His spiritual chi barrier was a sphere. No matter which direction Yi Fan attacked from, it would be a waste of energy. Shwa. Yi Fan's figure appeared 300 feet above Dai Tengu. He was floating in the air. Dai Tengu smiled as it looked at Yi Fan. It had a helpless expression on its face. It's useless. Dai Tengu smiled at Yi Fan, who was floating in the air. With your current cultivation, it's impossible for you to break my spiritual chi barrier. You better hand over Bai Ling obediently, and I can consider leaving your corpse intact. How about it? Yi Fan, who was floating in the air, was expressionless. He slowly pulled out the snake shadow sword from his waist as an answer. At this moment, he was holding Leaf Fire in his left hand and Frost Dragon in his right hand. Stubborn, Dai Tengu said calmly. Frost Dragon release. As Yi Fan said these words, the smile on Dai Tengu's face instantly disappeared. He could clearly feel that the current Yi Fan was very different from before. The current Yi Fan could be described with a single word. Cold. Cold from the inside out. Wong. The snake shadow sword in Yi Fan's right hand began to emit a crisp sound. Following that, a bright white light shone brightly. Wong. The Leaf Fire sword in his left hand also began to emit an excited sound. Because Yi Fan was holding two peerless divine weapons, when he used his spiritual energy to activate the snake shadow sword, the Leaf Fire sword was also activated. He narrowed his eyes and used 90% of his spiritual energy to activate the two divine weapons in his hands. Swoosh! The little silver snake on the snake shadow sword instantly awakened. Its emerald eyes instantly shot out two rays of dazzling green light, following which the entire little snake began to swim around the sword hilt in Yi Fan's hand. The snake's head gradually turned into a dragon's head and grew two dragon horns. The red snake's tongue turned into two red dragon whiskers. The snake's body grew densely with dragon scales. Dragon legs and dragon claws slowly grew out from its body. In the blink of an eye, the lifelike silver snake transformed into a 5-clawed silver dragon with green eyes and red whiskers. Frost Dragon release. When he looked at the ever-flame sword again, under the activation of 90% of Yi Fan's spirit energy, the faintly discernible dragon pattern on the sword's body instantly emitted a dazzling red light. The dragon's eyes also began to emit two blood-red rays of light. The dragon's dragon pearl in the mouth of the fire dragon shone even more dazzled the eyes. Tongue. As the red light on the fire dragon grew brighter and brighter, the entire fire dragon suddenly emitted red flames. Then the dragon slightly closed its mouth and completely swallowed the golden bead in its mouth. Wong. The moment the dragon release was swallowed, the sword swung, swallowed, the sword was swallowed. From the dragon's head sword, from the dragon whiskers to the horns, the dragon's head, the dragon's whiskers, the dragon is heads, the dragon heads, dragon's eyes. What a goodly fire sword! Yi Fan was shocked. He did not expect that under the activation of 90% of his spiritual energy, the Leaf Fire Sword would undergo such a transformation. At this moment, Yi Fan's long hair fluttered to the sky. The spiritual energy around his body went berserk. With two peerless divine weapons in his hands, the gold and silver colors on his body intertwined with each other. Tengu, who was sitting on the emerald throne, immediately sat up straight and looked at Yi Fan, who was in the sky, with a serious expression. What a pair of peerless divine weapons! Tengu was secretly shocked. No wonder Inchan Daxion was forced to reveal his true form by this brat, breaking his tail and almost losing his life. These two divine weapons were truly not simple. Frost Dragon leaving fire. Yi Fan roared and slashed down with his two swords. Shwa! Shwa! One gold and one silver light slashed down at the speed of light. The power of the two swords was extremely strong, and their speed was extremely fast. At the same time, the two swords slashed down, creating two huge shockwaves. When the Tengu on the throne saw the two streaks of light shooting towards him, his eyes narrowed. He raised both his palms and faced the sky, concentrating all the spiritual energy in the spiritual chi barrier above his head. Boom, boom. The golden light flashed, and the silver light was dazzling. The two huge beams of light slammed into the spiritual energy barrier above Tengu's head. Wong. Tengu's spiritual energy barrier blocked the attack of the two beams of light. One gold and one silver arc of light blocked the Tengu's spiritual chi barrier. At the point where the spiritual energy barrier and the two beams of light collided, the golden light flashed and the silver light danced. For a moment, both sides were in a deadlock. At the moment when the two beams of light slammed into Tengu's spiritual energy barrier, Tengu, along with his throne, fell down by one chi. What a tyrannical move! Tengu circulated his spiritual energy to block the attacks of the two beams of light as he exclaimed in shock. He didn't expect that the two divine weapons would be able to unleash such power. When Yi Fan saw this, he didn't say anything and slammed the two divine weapons down again. Shwa! Swoosh! The second round of two arcs of light whizzed down again. Boom! Boom! The golden and silver beams of light slammed into Tengu's spiritual energy barrier. For beams of light, two of them were cold and two of them were hot. Tengu's spiritual energy barrier expanded under the heat and shrank under the cold. Very quickly, it started to show signs of uneven distribution. In addition, the four beams of light were not only hot and cold, they were also extremely powerful. The originally impregnable spiritual energy barrier started to crack. Kachi! The two silver beams of light from the cold dragon sword caused a small crack to appear on Tengu's spiritual energy barrier. Who? The golden beam of light from the distant flame sword caused a small crack to appear on the spiritual energy barrier. When Tengu saw that the spiritual energy barrier was about to collapse, he hurriedly ordered his throne to descend. He wanted to open up a buffer zone before the spiritual energy barrier was destroyed. Pong! Tengu's throne had just descended by over 10 feet when the spiritual energy barrier above his head could no longer withstand the impact of the four beams of light. Shattered ice flew everywhere. As for the four beams of light, since the spiritual energy barrier was no longer there, they continued to slash down on Tengu. Tengu, who was descending from his throne, didn't expect the four beams of light to be so powerful. After destroying his spiritual energy barrier, there was still some energy remaining. His brows furrowed, and in the face of the four arcs of light that arrive in the blink of an eye, he released two more layers of protective barriers. Boom, boom. Shockwaves spread out in all directions. The four beams of light finally ran out of energy and disappeared after breaking through the two layers of spiritual energy barrier. Who? Tengu stopped his throne and floated in midair. 3 layers of spiritual energy barriers were only able to block 2 of Yi Fan's attacks. This was something he didn't expect. He had truly underestimated this young man in front of him. At this moment, the 3 layers of spirit energy barrier that had been shattered by Yi Fan's attack had already turned into countless pieces of ice that rained down from the sky. It was as if it was raining, sparkling ice crystals. Good technique, Datenga praised. Unfortunately, before he could say the word technique, the two beams of light pierced through the rain of ice again, whistling through the air. Following closely behind, there were two more beams of light. Yifan didn't give him any chance to catch his breath. Chapter 257. Actually, with his cultivation, he could completely dodge the attacks from Yifan's divine weapon. However, he had already said that if his but left the jadeite throne, he would lose. It wasn't that he couldn't dodge Yifan's attacks with his throne, but this jadeite throne weighed several thousand pounds and was personally given to him by great god Xietian. If he tried to dodge with this several thousand-pound throne, he was afraid that the throne would fall apart because of his speed. If that was the case, wouldn't he be laughed at by the remaining 9 of the 10 guards? In this moment of desperation, he could only use his spiritual energy to block Yifan's attacks. High up in the sky, Yifan in his peak condition was charging down while continuously slashing out with his 2 swords. Hong, hong, hong. Several dozen giant golden and silver arcs of light shot out at the Datengu that was falling to the ground. It didn't matter how many moves he had. It was fine as long as they were effective. Since the Datengu was retreating step by step, he had to force him to leave the throne. If he wanted to solve this problem, he had to kill this troublesome fellow. Hong, hong, hong. The Datengu continued to use his spiritual energy to block Yifan's attacks. In the blink of an eye, he was already less than 10 feet away from the ground. In a Lingyun cave, a teary-faced Fujiwara no Chico heard the rumbling sounds outside. Her hands trembled as she opened the letter that Yifan had left for her. The handwriting was elegant and neat, but it didn't lose the style of a master. This was Yifan's personal letter. The letter wrote, "My wife Chico, when you see this letter, I might already be dead. Ever since you regained your memories, I knew from seeing your sister that there would be a calamity waiting for you. Forgive me for hiding it. Forgive me for being selfish. I have already lost you once. I can't lose you again. You've suffered since you were young, and after marrying me, you haven't enjoyed any good fortune. Instead, you've suffered quite a bit because of me. This time, it's my turn to do something for you. I've thought it through. Even if I'm crushed to pieces, I won't let anyone hurt you. At most, I'll take them down with me. I've already sealed the main entrance and the 2 exits at the top of the mountain with spirit energy and ice. With Brother Kim's barrier, the Lingyun cave is safe for now. The food I've prepared is enough for you to live here for 3 years. In addition, I have already placed the qi circulation method that Brother Kim passed to me under your dressing table. In the next 3 years, you can cultivate according to the qi circulation method. With your aptitude, you will be able to open the exit on your own in less than 2 years. During this time, Xiao Zhao and Jinshan may come back to visit us. If that's the case, you'll be freed in advance. Remember, once you're free, immediately return to Japan to look for your master. Then, find someone who truly cares about you and marry him. That 200,000 taels of gold is enough for you to live the rest of your life. After returning to Japan, think of a way to inform father and grandfather of my death. Tell them that Yifan is unfilial and can no longer serve them. In my next life, I will still be their descendant. If you see Brother Kim again, tell him that he will always be my big brother. Tell him not to be sad and not to avenge me. He has just been freed, so he must not be punished by the heavens because of me. As for Xiao Zhao, although she's a few hundred years old, she's still like a child. Thankfully, she's already become Golden Silkworm Granny's disciple, so I'm at ease. Tell her that I'm very satisfied to have such a good sister like her. As for you, Chico, you must live well. Don't think about me and forget about me. Just treat it as if I never existed. Treat it as if this was just a dream. Wait for the next life. In the next life, we will still be husband and wife. When that time comes, I will properly make it up to you." Yifan's last words were. Looking at her husband's last words, the heartbroken Fujiwara no Chico immediately burst into heart-wrenching tears. Fujiwara no Chico's tears soaked Yifan's handwriting on the letter, and the words began to become blurry. Ever since Yi Fan returned to Lingyun Cave with her, she vaguely felt that something was wrong. First, he asked her to put aside the matter of revenge. Then, he went to purchase resources and close the door. During this period of time, Yi Fan would personally cook for her and watch her finish eating with affection. She originally thought that Yi Fan was showing concern for her. She never expected that this would be the last time she would spend with her husband. Fujiwara no Chiko rushed to the stone door like a madwoman and slammed it madly. Under her relentless slamming, blood began to seep out from her hands. The stone door was covered with countless blood-red palm prints. Yi Fan, Yi Fan, she cried out heartbreakingly. Boom, boom, boom. The only reply she got was the sound of the earth shaking outside the door. Her husband was fighting a bitter battle outside. Yi Fan, Fujiwara no Chiko's face was filled with tears as she collapsed in front of the stone door. Boom! Outside the stone door, Yi Fan and Daitengu were engaged in an intense battle. Right now, Daitengu was less than a foot away from the ground. In order to prevent his throne from being damaged, Daitengu stopped his throne. After that, he circulated the pure spiritual chi in his body and struck out with his palms, forming an extremely thick and tyrannical spiritual chi wall in the air above him. The spiritual chi wall was 30 feet thick. The spiritual chi was extremely pure and dense. It was so dense that when the light beams came into contact with this spiritual chi wall, they instantly disintegrated. Daitengu was becoming serious. Of the 10 evil sky guards, his spiritual chi cultivation was in the top few. If it wasn't for the fact that he had boasted about not leaving his throne, or that the young man in front of him didn't have 2 divine weapons, or that he had the moon-slicing blade by his side, he would have already killed him several times. Now that he was riding a tiger, he could only use all his strength to defend and find a chance to attack Yi Fan. Shua! Yi Fan, who was falling from the sky, saw that Daitengu's spiritual chi wall had blocked his light beams, so he immediately pushed his movement technique to its peak. The 2 divine weapons glowed with silver and golden light pierced out at Daitengu, who was less than 30 feet away. Using this chance, he had to understand him. Yi Fan thought in his heart. His movement technique could not be compared to before, being able to turn 30% of his spiritual chi into white mist. Now that he had 90% of his spiritual chi, it could be imagined how fast he was. The cold dragon sword's silver glow, the fleeting flame sword's golden glow, and the white glow from his movement technique. The 3 lights fused together like a meteor, creating a 3-color glow that was 30 feet long. Cold dragon's fleeting flame. Yi Fan angrily roared out. Golden light flashed, and silver light shot out in all directions. With Yi Fan's roar, the 2 dazzling divine weapons stabbed into Daitengu's 30 feet thick spiritual chi wall. The great heavenly hound was truly worthy of being one of the 10 guards of the Xietian Empire. Although its 10-meter thick spiritual energy wall was pierced by Yi Fan's Han Long and Li Hua divine weapons, it still didn't break and maintained its original shape. Chapter 258. Even with 90% of his spiritual energy, the Ice Dragon and Leaf Fire weapons were unable to penetrate the Daitengu's spiritual energy wall. The Daitengu squinted its eyes as it exerted strength in its hands. The 30 zhang thick spiritual energy wall instantly expanded to 90 zhang. The 2 divine weapons that had penetrated the spiritual energy wall began to retreat. The Daitengu's spiritual energy was repelling the Ice Dragon and Leaf Fire swords. Fine, I shall use all my spiritual energy today to fight it out with you. Yi Fan's stubborn temper rose. He first used his will to extract the spiritual energy from the Blood Phoenix jade on his neck, before using the spiritual energy from the jade to protect his meridians and the ball of cold air in his chi-si. After making all the preparations, Yi Fan took in a deep breath, and with a thought, he channeled all the spiritual energy in his chi-si into the 2 divine weapons in his hands. As Yi Fan opened his chi-si, the pure, white spiritual energy surged out from his meridians. It was as though it could swallow everything. Wong. The two divine weapons in Yi Fan's hands emitted a deafening sound as they shone brightly. Boom! The ice dragon's sword shone with a silver light, piercing through the heavens. Wong. The Li fire sword shone with a golden light, piercing through the clouds. The two divine weapons doubled in size, and the sword light grew by 10 zhong. Qi. The sword light pierced through the Dai Tengu's spiritual energy wall. The golden and silver sword beams didn't stop at all. They directly pierced towards the chest of the Dai Tengu, who was seated on the jadeite throne. The Dai Tengu on the throne narrowed his eyes as he was filled with shock. His 90 zhong thick spiritual energy wall was actually pierced through. This was something that he had never encountered before. Seeing the two dazzling sword beams piercing towards his chest, the Dai Tengu didn't have the time to think. In a moment of panic, he hurriedly circulated the spiritual energy in his body to protect the throne. After that, he kicked the jadeite throne to the side. After that, he executed his peerless movement technique and dodged to the side when the two sword beams were just 3 inches away from his chest. Shua! The Dai Tengu disappeared into thin air. Boom! 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 The 90-meter-thick Qi wall instantly collapsed and shattered, and Yi Fan's 2 powerful sword beams also instantly pierced into the ground. Boom! The ground cracked open in an instant. Rocks and soil flew everywhere as the 2 streaks of sword light pierced through the ground, creating 2 bottomless pits with a radius of 70 to 80 feet. One of the cavities was emitting billowing heat waves, while the other was filled with sparkling ice crystals, emitting white cold smoke outwards. Who? In midair, Yi Fan's face was pale as a sheet as he panted heavily. This move had consumed almost all of the spiritual energy in his body. If it wasn't for the spiritual energy that Big Brother Gene had left in his body and the spiritual energy of the Spirit J Blood Phoenix, he probably wouldn't even be able to float in the air. Victory! I've won. Yi Fan thought as he opened all the pores on his body to absorb the spirit Qi from the outside world. Staring at the Dai Tengu, who was floating in the air not far away with a face filled with unwillingness, Yi Fan smiled. The reason was very simple. Dai Tengu left his seat. He could scram now. As he thought of this, Yi Fan panted heavily as he spoke to the Dai Tengu. You've lost. You can scram now. Dai Tengu sighed as he looked at this young man whose spiritual energy was almost depleted. This young man, called Yi Fan, was fearless when facing an opponent who was tens of times stronger than him. He dared to charge forward and even used up his last bit of spiritual energy to defeat his opponent. To have such a cultivation base and courage at such a young age, he was truly worthy of being the reincarnation of Eldritch. I've lost this time. I will fulfill my promise. Dai Tengu smiled. When your spiritual energy recovers, I will come and find you again. Dai Tengu flicked his sleeves as he spoke. The jadeite throne beside him instantly vanished. Seeing the Dai Tengu leaving, the pale-faced Yi Fan smiled. He was already prepared to absorb the spiritual energy of the Blood Phoenix Spirit Jade before dispersing his cultivation and self-imploding, dying together with the Dai Tengu. He didn't expect that Dai Tengu would keep his promise. He didn't have to die. Chico's calamity was over. Yi Fan thought as he circulated the remaining spiritual energy in his body and flew towards the entrance of the Lingyun Cave. Right now, what he wanted to do the most was to see his lover. However, just as he landed at the entrance of the cave, a strange scene appeared. A translucent humanoid woman slowly came out of the tightly shut stone door. Chico! Yi Fan exclaimed in shock. The woman who walked out from the stone door was dressed in white. Her facial features were exquisite. She was none other than his wife, Fujiwara no Chico. What was going on? The Fujiwara no Chico in front of him had empty eyes and a dazed expression. Furthermore, she was actually translucent. How did his wife become like this? Chico Chien. Before Yi Fan could finish his words, The translucent Fujiwara no Chico quickly passed through Yi Fan's body and floated into the air. No physical body. Yi Fan exclaimed in shock. Could it be an illusion? Chico. Yi Fan suddenly turned around and called out to Fujiwara no Chico, who had already flown into the air. Who would have thought that just as he turned around, a domineering force would hit him in the face? Bam! An earth-shattering sound rang out as this force directly struck Yi Fan's chest. Yi Fan, whose spiritual energy was almost depleted, was sent flying backwards by the force of the blow. He slammed directly into the stone door behind him. At this time, the stone door had been completely sealed by Yi Fan's cold energy. The ice wall was a foot thick and was as hard as steel. Yi Fan's collision actually shattered the 1 foot thick ice wall. Boom! Ice crystals scattered everywhere. The huge force almost made Yi Fan faint. If not for the protection of the Blood Phoenix's spiritual energy, this move would have already taken his life. Pooh! Yi Fan spat out a mouthful of blood. This force had already injured his internal organs. Looking up into the sky, the brown-robed, narrow-eyed, eagle-nosed Inchandacion was floating in the air with a fiendish smile on his face. The translucent Fujiwara no Chico had already begun to disappear. Chien, Chico, Yi Fan, whose mouth was filled with blood, struggled to stand up while holding onto the stone door behind him. Inchandacion, who was floating in the air, laughed with a sinister expression. Chien, Chico, Cuckoo. Yi Fan spat out blood while calling out his beloved wife's name. Don't shout. She's already dead. Such a good beauty. If I can't have her, then no one else can. Inchandacion said with a fiendish smile. Wait until I kill you and take your 2 godly weapons. I'll go back and ask great god Xietian for a reward. Perhaps I'll be able to become one of the 10 guards. Hey, what? Chico, she's already... Yi Fan suddenly understood. That figure just now was Fujiwara no Chico's soul. This lizard spirit had taken advantage of his battle with the great Tengu to use evil techniques to harm his beloved wife. Bastard! Yi Fan gave a heart-wrenching cry. He wanted to charge over and kill this bastard, but he was already heavily injured. His internal organs had all been damaged, so standing up was already his limit. Chua, Inchandacion in the air, sent out a palm at Yi Fan. Pa, Hong. Yi Fan, who had just stood up, was sent flying into the stone door by Inchandacion's palm. In a moment of desperation, Yi Fan, who was quick-witted, managed to open the stone door the moment Bear Rinkawa attacked. However, even so, he was still sent flying into the cave by the palm strike. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 259. Within Yi Fan's body, the blood phoenix spirit chi that enveloped the ball of cold air was instantly dispersed due to the shattering of his energy reserve. Since the ball of cold air was no longer bound by spirit chi, it also quickly dispersed. The rampaging cold air began to wander around his body. The remaining spirit chi in his meridians was unable to resist the rampaging cold air. The pain in Yi Fan's body began to gradually disappear. To be precise, he was gradually becoming numb. This was because the rampaging cold air was slowly devouring the remaining spirit chi in his body. Without the protection of spirit chi, his meridians gradually became cold and even began to slowly freeze. Outside the cave, Inchandacion was overjoyed when he saw the cave door open. He immediately used his movement technique and rushed into the cave like a madman. He knew that this cave abode was Eldritch's residence back in the day. There was another world inside. Back then, Eldritch's cultivation was heaven-defying. There must be a secret cultivation manual in this cave abode. If he could find it, wouldn't the heavens be helping him? Inside the cave, Yi Fan saw that Inchandacion was about to enter the cave. He immediately forcefully activated the remaining spirit chi in his meridians and forcefully brushed against the stone door. Boom! The stone door began to slowly close. However, the speed at which the stone door closed was completely slower than the speed at which Inchandacion forced his way in. Just as the stone door was about to close, Inchan Daxiong's hand blocked the stone door. Inchan Daxiong pushed the stone door open again and prepared to enter the cave with a sinister smile. Buzz! Just as Inchan Daxiong was about to step into the Lingyun cave, a dazzling golden translucent air wall suddenly appeared at the entrance and blocked Inchan Daxiong's path. The air wall was more than 3 inches thick. The golden light flowing through it was dazzling and eye-catching. Brother Kim's barrier. Yifan's face was pale, and he was constantly spitting out blood from his mouth. Oh! Inchan Daxiong frowned when he saw the golden barrier suddenly appear in front of him. He originally thought that this Lingyun cave only had Yifan's spirit chi barrier, but he didn't expect that there would be another barrier at the cave entrance. How can a mere bounded domain stop me? Bear Renchuan sneered, and then hit the golden bounded domain with his palm. Slap. Ursa Rinchen's palm, which was glowing with red light, slapped the golden barrier in front of him. Among the demons under Xietian, in terms of breaking barriers other than Xietian's 9 demons and 10 guards, if Inchan Daxiong claimed to be second, he wouldn't dare claim to be first. He didn't even place Yifan's several zhang thick spiritual barrier in his eyes, not to mention this 3-inch thick golden barrier. However, he was wrong. This bounded domain was personally set up by Yifan's sworn brother, Big Brother Jin. Even top experts like Tian Jizi and Yun Zhongzi couldn't figure out the origin of this person. Thus, one could imagine how powerful the bounded domain set up by this person was. When Inchan Daxiong's red, glowing palm touched the golden barrier instantly began to glow. What was even more unexpected was that the red light from Inchan Daxiong's palm was quickly absorbed by the golden barrier. This is bad, Inchan Daxiong said in a shocked voice. This barrier was absorbing his spiritual energy. Inchan Daxiong's pupils instantly shrank. He could only feel the spiritual energy in his body surging out of his palms, completely out of his control. The red light from his palm became stronger and stronger. In the blink of an eye, 30% of his spiritual energy had been sucked away. He didn't expect that his spiritual energy would be sucked away as well. Inchan Daxiong was about to withdraw his hand as he thought about it. If this continued, his spiritual energy would soon be sucked away by this golden barrier. However, the following scene once again made him flabbergasted, and he felt endless regret. His palm was completely sucked in by this barrier. No matter how hard he tried to resist, his palm still wouldn't move. Inchan Daxiong's forehead began to sweat. In such a short time, 40% of his spiritual energy had been completely sucked away. Inchan Daxiong was also a ruthless person. In a flash, he raised his left palm high, gritted his teeth, and chopped down on his right wrist that was sucked in by the barrier. Swoosh! With a flash of red light, his right hand was cut off. Pooh! Blood gushed out like a fountain. Scarlet blood spurted out crazily from the severed wrist. Inchan Daxiong endured the pain and quickly poked his right arm a few times. Only then did the blood stop gushing out. The broken hand that was firmly sucked in by the golden barrier quickly withered and dried up. Patter! The broken hand that had been sucked dry fell from the barrier. The hand that was full of spiritual energy just now was now like a withered branch. Inchan Daxiong's eyes were burning with anger. He looked at the golden barrier in front of him fiercely. He wanted to attack, but there was nothing he could do. Boom! Just at the moment when his anger reached the sky, the golden barrier in front of him suddenly began to flow with golden light and spiritual energy. Then, a huge golden light beam suddenly burst out from the top. Boom! The thick golden light beam hit Inchan Daxiong, who didn't have time to react. Inchan Daxiong never thought that this golden barrier would not only absorb the opponent's spiritual energy, but also turn the absorbed spiritual energy into its own energy to counterattack the opponent. Bang! Inchan Daxiong was hit by the dazzling golden light beam and flew backwards. It was not until he flew 100 feet away that Inchan Kuma barely managed to stop himself. Puff! Inchan Daxiong spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was as white as paper. In just a moment, he went from a master full of spiritual energy to a person who lost his right hand, lost 40% of his spiritual energy, was seriously injured, and spat out a mouthful of blood. What had caused all of this was merely a spirit formation. What a strong barrier. Inchan Daxiong was secretly shocked. The master who set up this barrier was so strong and powerful that he had never seen or heard of it before. Inchan Daxiong thought as he concentrated the remaining spiritual energy in his body into his right arm. Guji, Puchi, a red light flashed from his right wrist. In the blink of an eye, a pale hand covered in transparent mucus stretched out from the broken wrist. The hatred of losing my tail and the pain of losing my wrist. Inchan Daxiong, who was seriously injured, stared at the pale-faced Yifan who was half lying in the Lingyun cave and said word by word, "I will definitely repay you double." Whoosh! After Inchan Daxiong finished speaking, he flicked his sleeves and disappeared. Phew! Yifan, who was in the Lingyun cave, let out a long sigh and lay heavily on the ground. At this time, the raging cold energy in his body had already swallowed up the remaining spiritual energy in his meridians. The air he exhaled was bone-chilling, like white fog. Chico, when he thought of his beloved wife, Yifan ignored the pain of being swallowed up by the cold energy in his body. He gritted his teeth and stood up with the help of his 2 swords. He staggered upstairs. Chapter 260. Hugh! Yifan panted heavily with every step he took. He could have used the spiritual energy of the blood phoenix jade on his neck to resist the cold energy in his body, but he didn't do so. He knew that something had happened to his beloved wife, so he wanted to leave the spiritual energy of the blood phoenix jade for her. The blood phoenix jade had the ability to bring the dead back to life. Although he didn't know if the blood phoenix jade could save Fujiwara and no Chico's soul, but no matter what, he had to try. Even if there was a glimmer of hope, he had to hold on to it. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. When he finally reached the top of the stairs, he had used up all his strength and directly fell to the ground. The 2 heaven-grade weapons in his hands fell to the side. Hugh! Yifan panted heavily. The cold energy in his body had already begun to devour his internal organs, and the breath he exhaled was mixed with some ice fog. Chico! Yifan began to crawl up from the ground. Every time he crawled, the energy he consumed increased exponentially. Following that, the cold energy in his body began to devour faster. 1, 2, 3. When he reached the door of the bedroom, Yifan's lower body began to form a thin layer of ice. When Yifan pushed open the stone door of the bedroom, a heart-wrenching scene appeared in front of him. His beloved wife, Fujiwara no Chico, was lying unconscious by the bed. Her face was covered in tears, and in her hand was the farewell letter he wrote to her. Chico! Yifan screamed heartbreakingly. Chico! He crazily shouted his beloved wife's name as he dragged his unconscious body towards Fujiwara no Chico. Hua! Yifan's ice shell rubbed against the limestone floor, making a sharp, ear-piercing sound. Chico! Ha! Yifan's voice was hoarse from crying. Chico! When he crawled to Fujiwara no Chico's side, the ice shell on his body had already spread to his chest, and the tears that flowed out his eyes had already started to turn into ice crystals. Chico! Yifan, who was crying bitterly, crawled to Fujiwara no Chico's side. He reached out with his trembling hands and struggled to remove the spiritual jade from his neck. Then, he shakily put the blood phoenix necklace on Fujiwara no Chico's neck. Chico! Yifan breathed out icy mist from his mouth as he reached out to caress Fujiwara no Chico's delicate face. He had put in so much effort and made so many preparations, but in the end he still couldn't save his beloved wife's life. Looking at his beloved wife, whose eyes were tightly shut and who had breathed her last, Yifan's heart was filled with grief. He felt a sweetness in his throat, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Cold smoke rose from the blood that he spurted out, and there were some small pieces of ice vaguely mixed in it. "Chico, wait for me." Yifan's trembling hands tidied up Fujiwara no Chico's messy hair. "I'm coming to accompany you." As Yifan spoke, he trembled as he held Fujiwara no Chico's hand and quietly lay down beside Fujiwara no Chico. The cold energy that had gone berserk in Yifan's body began to spread upwards, along Yifan's chest, and all the way to the top of his head. Phew! Yifan breathed out his last breath, and then quietly closed his eyes. Crack! Creak! At this moment, his entire body was completely covered in ice, and he had become an ice man. Yifan was dead. Sigh! In the verdant bamboo forest, the other Yifan stood beside the ancient well with his hands behind his back. He lowered his head and looked at the surface of the water in the ancient well and let out a long sigh. In the reflection on the surface of the water, Yifan, whose entire body was covered in ice, held the hand of his deceased wife who had breathed her last. His expression was calm. What a pair of love-struck couple. Yifan looked at this scene in the reflection and sighed. "It's not that I don't want to save you," Yifan muttered to himself. "It's just that the two of you are fated to meet this calamity. If I were to intervene, it would only backfire. In the unseen world, everything has its own destiny." Pear Blossom Palace. Night. Brother Yi, Brother Yi, Brother Yi. Lying on the bed, Xiao Zhao, who was sleeping, suddenly sat up. Her forehead was covered in cold sweat as she shouted loudly. "Huff! Huff!" Xiao Zhao panted heavily with a nervous expression. After she confirmed that this was a dream, Xiao Zhao lay down heavily on the bed again. What happened? Why did I have such a terrifying dream? Xiao Zhao, who was lying on the bed, recalled the realistic dream just now. She was still scared. In her dream, Yifan, who was covered in blood, stood in front of her bed and looked at her with a pained expression. Why did I have such a dream? Could it be because I missed Brother Yi too much? Bah, bah, bah. Xiao Zhao got up and spat on the ground 3 times. Nothing is forbidden, nothing is forbidden. As Xiao Zhao spoke, she lay down again. She turned over and started thinking about Yifan. This won't do. I have to make a trip to Lingyun Cave. After thinking about it, Xiao Zhao, who couldn't sleep, was still worried about Yifan's safety. She lifted the blanket and got up to change her clothes. It's the middle of the night. Where are you going? Jin Chan's voice came from outside the door. Then the door was pushed open from the outside with a creak. Jin Chan walked in, dressed in pajamas. "Master," Xiao Zhao said to Jin Chan as she got dressed, "I want to go back to Lingyun Cave." "Go back to Lingyun Cave?" Jin Chan was puzzled. "Now?" "Yes," Xiao Zhao replied. "It's the middle of the night. Why are you going back to Lingyun Cave?" Jin Chan didn't know what was wrong with her disciple. She wanted to go so far in the middle of the night. "Master, I'm worried about Brother Yi." Xiao Zhao, who had already changed her clothes, came in front of Jin Chan. She held Jin Chan's arm and said, "Let me go. I'll be back before tomorrow night. Is that okay?" "You're worried about Fan Air?" "My silly disciple." Jin Chan smiled. "That brat cultivation is not what it used to be. Why are you worried about him? Besides, the young couple is sleeping now. It's not good for you to rush over in the middle of the night." "Master, don't worry. I know what I'm doing." Xiao Zhao shook Jin Chan's arm and said, "As long as I'm sure Brother Yi is safe, I'll rush back immediately." "Why did you suddenly think of going to see him?" Jin Chan asked. Xiao Zhao told Jin Chan about her dream. After hearing this, Jin Chan frowned. From Xiao Zhao's dream, it was indeed not a good omen. However, Yifan's current cultivation level was extremely high, and Fujiwara Chico's skills were extraordinary. In addition, the Lingyun Cave where the two of them lived was protected by Brother Jin's enchantment, so there should not be any problems. Jin Chan thought that perhaps Xiao Zhao missed Yifan day and night. Creak! Just as Jin Chan was about to persuade Xiao Zhao to give up, the door opened. A handsome, sage-like middle-aged man pushed the door open and walked in. Chapter 261. Greetings, Master. Seeing Tian Kanzi suddenly appear, Jinshan immediately knelt and bowed. Greetings, martial ancestor. Xiao Zhao also immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Tian Kanzi. Rise, Tian Kanzi said. The master and disciple duo immediately stood up. Master, when did you come back? Jinshan stood up and asked Tian Kanzi. I also just came back, Tian Kanzi said calmly as he walked to the table and sat down. He put the sword he carried with him on the table. On the sword hilt, there was a green copper bell. Martial ancestor, have some tea. Xiao Zhao picked up the teapot on the table and poured a cup of tea. Then, she respectfully handed it to Tian Kanzi. Yes, Tian Kanzi took Xiao Zhao's tea and put it aside. Then, he looked at Xiao Zhao with a pair of spirited eyes. You're going back to Lingyun Cave? Yes, martial ancestor. Xiao Zhao lowered her head and said softly, You have been in Pear Blossom Palace for so long. It is time to go back and take a look, Tian Kanzi said as he picked up the tea. Go early and come back early. After speaking, he opened the tea lid and took a sip. Really? Xiao Zhao heard and quickly raised her head. She was pleasantly surprised. She didn't think that martial ancestor would agree so readily. She originally thought that she wouldn't be able to go this time. Tian Kanzi smiled and put the teacup on the table. What? Have I ever lied to you? No. Xiao Zhao hurriedly waved her hand and then continuously bowed to Tian Kanzi. Thank you, martial ancestor. Thank you, martial ancestor. Leave now. Be careful, Tian Kanzi said with a smile. Yes, Xiao Zhao bowed to Tian Kanzi and Jinshan respectively. Martial ancestor, take care. Master, take care. Xiao Zhao is going. After speaking, Xiao Zhao turned and prepared to leave. Wait, Tian Kanzi suddenly stopped Xiao Zhao. Grandmaster, do you have any other orders? Xiao Zhao turned around and asked Tian Kanzi. Master will give you something. You must take good care of it in the future, Tian Kanzi said as he removed the green bell from the hilt of the sword on the table and gave it to Xiao Zhao. This is... Xiao Zhao took the green bell that Tian Kanzi gave her with both hands and asked with a puzzled expression. Wong. Just as Xiao Zhao asked Tian Kanzi, the green bell in her hand suddenly shone with green light. Then, it quickly retracted and only a layer of gentle light wrapped around it. Jinshan was slightly surprised. Judging from the light emitted by the green bell, it was definitely not an ordinary item. Grandmaster, this. Xiao Zhao was also shocked by the light emitted by the green bell in her hand. This is a treasure. Tian Kanzi smiled. You must take good care of it. As for what it is, you will know in the future. Yes, Grandmaster, Xiao Zhao said as she put the bronze bell that emitted gentle green light into her bosom. You can go, Tian Kanzi said to Xiao Zhao. Yes, Xiao Zhao said as she immediately turned around. She took the sword from a wall and held it in her hand before leaving the room. Go send her off. After Xiao Zhao left, Tian Kanzi said to Jinshan. What? Jinshan was confused after hearing Tian Kanzi's words. Xiao Zhao was just going to Lingyun Cave and will be back soon. There was no need to send her off. Listen to Master. Go send her off, Tian Kanzi said to Jinshan calmly. Yes, Master. Jinshan bowed to Tian Kanzi and left the room. After a while, Jinshan returned to the room. Send her off, Tian Kanzi asked. Yes, Jinshan answered. She didn't understand why Master wanted her to send Xiao Zhao. She also didn't understand why Master gave Xiao Zhao that green bell. Do you have many questions you want to ask me now? Tian Kanzi asked Jinshan with a smile. Disciple does have questions, Jinshan said honestly. Let me tell you, Xiao Zhao will face many tribulations this time. She won't be back in a short time, Tian Kanzi said calmly. What? Many tribulations? Jinshan was shocked after hearing Tian Kanzi's words. Master, you mean, I told you before that Xiao Zhao will face 3 tribulations in the future. Now, her human tribulation has arrived, Tian Kanzi said to Jinshan. Human tribulation? Jinshan was shocked. Human tribulation is her first tribulation. It is also her love tribulation. Tian Kanzi stood up and said, Among the three tribulations, this love tribulation is the most difficult one for her. If she can endure it, her path to immortality will be smooth. If she can't, she will turn into ashes. Jin-chan's body shook after hearing this. Then, her eyes filled with tears. She finally understood why Master wanted her to send Xiao Zhao off. After this parting, it was very likely that the two of them would be separated by life and death forever. Master, Jin-chan held back her tears and asked Tian Kanzi, "Does Xiao Zhao have a savior in this tribulation?" "Yes," Tian Kanzi answered. "Who?" Jin-chan continued to ask. "The person she is looking for now is her savior," Tian Kanzi said calmly. "Yi Fan," Jin-chan exclaimed. "That's him." Tian Kanzi began to pace with his hands behind his back. The two of them have a deep relationship. They are each other's saviors. However, it is still unknown whether Xiao Zhao's savior will be good or evil in the future. It is another matter whether he can help Xiao Zhao get through this tribulation. "Master, can you help Xiao Zhao?" Jin-chan loved her disciple very much and wanted to ask her master to help. "The cause and effect has been determined." Tian Kanzi interrupted Jin-chan's words. "If I can help, I will not sit by and do nothing." "What about Xiao Zhao?" Jin-chan's voice was choked with sobs. Nominally, she and Xiao Zhao were master and disciple. However, in reality, they were like mother and daughter. Seeing her beloved disciple in so much trouble and her inability to help, Jin-chan lost control of her emotions. "Don't be sad." Tian Kanzi saw the tears in Jin-chan's eyes and comforted her. "This is a heavenly secret. It is not convenient for you to know now. Xiao Zhao will suffer some pain now, but her life is not in danger. As for what will happen in the future," Tian Kanzi said to Jin-chan, "let's talk about it in the future." Jin-chan held back her tears and nodded heavily. After Yi Fan's death, a wisp of his soul drifted all over the place. Right now, he was already in the Zhongyin body. His consciousness was in a daze. Because he was obsessed with Fujiwara no Chico, he kept drifting back and forth on the top of Fengming Mountain. Whoosh! A gust of cold wind blew. Two shadows appeared on top of Fengming Mountain. Both of them wore pointed hats. One was black and the other was white. The one wearing the white robe had a joyful expression. His tongue was sticking out, and his finger was holding the Fengdu ghost token. The white pointed hat on his head had the words, "You came too," written on it. The one wearing the black robe had a serious expression. He held a black flying claw and a netherworld chain. The black pointed hat on his head had the words "Catching You" written on it. These two people were the black and white gods, the impermanence emissaries. Chapter 262. Let's take a good look first. "Don't let it be some cultivator's soul leaving his body," said White Impermanence holding the Fengdu ghost token. "If it really is a deceased soul, let's just capture it." "Okay." Black Impermanence nodded. The two righteous gods slowly walked towards Yi Fan, who was floating back and forth. "Chico! Chico!" Yi Fan's soul floated back and forth as he muttered to himself. "It's him." White Impermanence stopped and said in shock, "Who?" Black Impermanence saw White Impermanence's shocked expression and immediately asked, "Who is he?" "Brother, have you heard of Eldritch?" White Impermanence turned around and said to Black Impermanence, "Eldritch?" Black Impermanence frowned and said, "Could it be the Eldritch who fought against the 6 immortals of the Heaven Realm 300 years ago and in the end lost his power and self-destructed?" "Yes." White Impermanence looked at Yi Fan, who was floating in front of him, and said, "If I'm not wrong, this person is Eldritch's reincarnation." "What?" Black Impermanence said in shock. "He's Eldritch's reincarnation?" "That's right." White Impermanence said with a serious face. "Brother, you've seen him?" Black Impermanence asked. "Brother, did you forget?" White Impermanence turned around and said to Black Impermanence, "For 100 years ago, Eldritch took the lives of 8 cultivators in one move at the Phoenix Perch restaurant. At that time, you and I were nearby. When we were collecting the souls of those 8 people, Eldritch hadn't left yet." "Phoenix Perch restaurant?" Black Impermanence fell into deep thought. You're talking about the Yin 8 disciples being killed 400 years ago. At that time, when you and I were collecting the souls, that eldritch was sitting in his seat, drinking while looking at us brothers working with a smile. White Impermanence said solemnly, "Brother, you might not have noticed, but I remember it clearly." That kind of gaze was even colder than the 8 frost hell. I remember now. Black Impermanence nodded slightly and said, "At that time, we didn't know that he was eldritch. We only found out later. I remember what he looks like. He looks exactly like this wandering soul," Bai Wu Chang said. "Big brother, there are many people who look the same in this world. We have to look carefully this time," Black Impermanence said to White Impermanence. "If it really is him, we can't take him away." "You're right," White Impermanence said to Black Impermanence. "We really have to look carefully. This person has jumped out of the 3 realms and is not in the 5 elements. His name is not in the book of life and death. If this wandering soul is really him, we cannot act rashly. Why don't we check this wandering soul's past life first? If it's him, it'll be another matter," Black Impermanence said. "If it's not him, it won't be too late for us to take him down." "All right," White Impermanence nodded and said, "Let's do that." As they spoke, the 2 of them extended their hands into the void. Shwa, a black and a white morning staff appeared out of thin air in their hands. Shwa. At the same time, the 2 of them pointed the black and white morning staff at the fluttering Yifan. 2 black and white electric lights suddenly rushed out from the 2 morning staffs and directly rushed towards Yifan. The black and white lights instantly wrapped around Yifan. Yifan, who was originally fluttering back and forth, immediately stopped, and his body trembled nonstop. The black and white emissaries slowly closed their eyes. Wong. On the back of Yifan's soul, a blood-red crescent moon light came out from his body. Shwa. The black and white emissaries stopped at the same time and looked at each other. "It's really him," Black Impermanence said in surprise. "I heard that this person's magic is superb. His divine weapon waning moon is unparalleled in the world, and his secret manual proud moon heavenly scripture is unmatched. How could his soul be beaten out of his body in this life? The previous life is the previous life, and this life is this life." White Impermanence said, "As the saying goes, you can't take anything away. Only karma follows you. In the previous life, although this eldritch accumulated a lot of good karma, he also created countless karma. In this life, he was killed by someone. This is the cycle of the heavenly Tao. Karma is not good. I see that there is an extremely strong barrier in Fengming Mountain. If you and I didn't have the karma, we wouldn't be able to enter at all," Black Impermanence said in surprise. "Who has such great ability to break through the barrier and kill eldritch reincarnation? Since this person's name is not in the book of life and death, it is not the person we want to take away." White Impermanence said to Black Impermanence, "As for what is going on, we will know once we ask." "Is there a need?" Black Impermanence said with a frown. "Since it has nothing to do with us, why do we have to do something unnecessary?" "You still don't understand," White Impermanence said to Black Impermanence. "Since this person is not in the book of life and death, he will definitely not be a fish in a pond in the future. Helping him awaken is also a merit. Moreover, the woman in the stone house just now was obviously taken by someone. You and I are righteous gods, in charge of good and evil, yin and yang in the human world. We cannot stand by and watch such evil deeds. These 2 should be husband and wife. As the saying goes, if you want to know about the matters in the mountain, first ask the woodcutter." "Big brother is right. I will wake him up now," Black Impermanence said. "Okay." White Impermanence nodded. Swoosh. Black Impermanence pointed at Yifan with one hand, and a black light shot straight towards Yifan. Yifan, who was originally muddle-headed and muttering to himself, instantly quivered. He immediately stopped drifting and woke up. "Where's this?" Yifan, who had woken up and had his back to Black and White Impermanence, looked at his surroundings and frowned. "Lingyun Cave? Wasn't I already dead? Why am I still standing here? Is there a Lingyun Cave in the underworld?" There is no such place in the underworld. Black Impermanence's voice came from behind him. Who is it? Yifan immediately turned around when he heard the voice. When he saw Black and White Impermanence standing in front of him, Yifan finally understood that he was indeed dead. Otherwise, how could he see the legendary two Impermanence gods? Swoosh! Black and White Impermanence instantly disappeared and appeared in front of Yifan. If it were anyone else who saw these two, they would have been scared out of their wits. However, Yifan, who had woken up, was different. What he wanted to see the most now was Fujiwara no Chiko's soul. Even if both husband and wife died, he wanted to be a ghost couple. Greetings to the two divine lords. Yifan's expression was calm as he bowed to Black and White Impermanence. Aren't you afraid? Black Impermanence was stunned at first, then asked Yifan. Every time the two of them captured a soul, the other party would tremble in fear. They would either collapse into a ball, trembling all over, or cry bitterly and wail in anguish. Even the kindest of people would be shocked when they saw the two of them. Chapter 263. The two of you are the righteous gods of the human world. Those evil people will definitely be afraid of you. I didn't do anything evil, so what is there to be afraid of? Yifan bowed and answered. Ha ha! Black and White Impermanence laughed. What a righteous god of the human world. White Impermanence laughed. To be able to say such words from Eldritch's mouth, the two of us are really proud. White Impermanence's words were not false at all. It was not easy to catch Eldritch's attention. Back then, he did not even care about the immortals of the heavenly court, but now he said that the two of them were righteous gods. This was a special honor. Let me ask you, do you know that you are the reincarnation of Eldritch? Black Impermanence asked Yifan with a smile. I know. Yifan answered. Oh. Black Impermanence was stunned at first, then said, since you already know that you are the reincarnation of Eldritch, why didn't you concentrate on cultivating in this paradise? You have already achieved good results, but instead you fought with others and ended up with your soul being separated from your body. Just now, the two of them had already discovered the traces of fighting at the foot of Phoenix Cry Mountain and had also carefully examined Yifan's body. The two divine envoys do not know. Yifan said as he told the two of them everything that had happened to him. There is such a thing? The two divine envoys were shocked. Is this true? We would not dare to lie to the two divine envoys. Yifan bowed and said, I did not expect the Eastern Ocean Demon Realm to be involved. White Impermanence's face was solemn. This matter is of great importance. The two of us have to quickly return and report this to Yama King. Big Brother is right. We will return to Fengdu City now. Black Impermanence nodded and said. The two of them turned and prepared to leave. There were priorities, and this was not a small matter, so the two of them did not dare to neglect it. Divine envoys, please wait. Yifan saw that the two divine envoys were about to leave and hurriedly said, What is it? White Impermanence asked Yifan. Yifan bowed and asked, Could the two divine sovereigns do me a favor and bring me to the underworld to see my wife? Even if he became a ghost, he still wanted to be with his beloved wife. Even if he was reincarnated, he still wanted to be with Chico. You mean the woman in the cave? Black Impermanence asked. That's right, Yifan replied. Her soul was forcibly taken away by someone using sorcery. It's not in the underworld at all. Black Impermanence said, and your name isn't even in the book of life and death. We brothers can't take you away. Then again, the underworld isn't a fun place. What are you going there for? What? Yifan's mind was blown. Chico's soul had been taken away. Enchantation. Yifan suddenly understood the truth of the matter. When he was fighting with Dai Tengu, Enchantation took advantage of the fact that he was too busy to use sorcery to forcibly take away Fujiwara no Chico's soul. Do the two divine sovereigns know if my wife's soul is safe? Yifan immediately asked. He was very worried about the safety of his beloved wife's soul. Black and White Impermanence were the divine sovereigns of the underworld. They knew everything about the souls of the dead. After hearing Yifan's words, black and white impermanents looked at each other and didn't say anything. Two divine sovereigns. Yifan didn't understand why black and white impermanents didn't say anything. You don't need to ask, black impermanence said. Regarding your wife's soul, we will naturally find out soon. But we can't tell you. Why? Yifan asked in shock. Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. White impermanence said. This. Yifan was at a loss for words. We have something to do. We will leave first. White impermanence said as he turned around with black impermanence. Two divine sovereigns, whoosh. Before Yifan could finish speaking, the two divine sovereigns, one black and one white impermanence, disappeared in front of him. Seeing black and white impermanence disappear, Yifan was stunned. He didn't know what to do. Now that both husband and wife had passed away, he was a wandering soul with no one to rely on. His beloved wife's soul was also missing. Originally, he wanted to protect his wife. Now, he didn't even know where his wife's soul was. When he thought of his beloved wife, Fujiwara, no Chico's corpse still in the cave, Yifan's heart was immediately torn apart. He jogged to the passageway at the top of Phoenix Cry Mountain. As usual, he brushed his hand against the stone door of the secret passageway. This time, the stone door in the secret passageway didn't open. He was now a wandering soul. He didn't have a physical body, let alone spiritual energy cultivation. He didn't think that he would be so weak that he couldn't even open a stone door. The grief-stricken Yifan slammed his hand heavily against the stone door. Whoosh! Just as Yifan's heart was like dead ashes, his hand suddenly went through the stone door, and his body also went through it. In the blink of an eye, he had already passed through the stone door and entered the cave. Only then did he remember that although he didn't have a physical body, he still had the basic ability of a ghost. That was to pass through walls. After entering the cave, Yifan directly rushed to the side of Fujiwara no Chico's corpse. At this moment, although Fujiwara no Chico was already dead, she was still as pure as ice and as pure as jade. She was lovely and moving, as if she was asleep, and Yifan's corpse was already covered with a thick layer of transparent ice shell, like a huge cocoon. Chico, seeing his beloved wife's corpse, Yifan, who had an extreme body, started to wail loudly. High above the clouds, a large red paper palanquin quickly streaked across the sky. Inside the red palanquin, a worried Xiao Zhao pushed the palanquin to its limits. The red palanquin was so fast that it had already turned into a red shadow, but Xiao Zhao still felt that it wasn't fast enough. At this moment, she was extremely worried about Yifan's safety. That nightmare of hers gave her a faint, ominous premonition. Brother Yi, I hope you're all right. Xiao Zhao prayed silently in her heart as she urged the red palanquin to speed up. The red palanquin opened up a path through the clouds, and its speed was extremely fast. 6 hours later, they arrived at her old residence, Fengming Mountain, which had been haunting her. High up in the sky, Xiao Zhao saw that they had arrived at the boundary of Fengming Mountain and immediately lowered the palanquin's height and speed. She gently opened the palanquin's curtains and looked down at the place she had lived for hundreds of years, Lingyun Cave. Who would have thought that it would have been better if she didn't look? The moment she saw it, her originally worried heart immediately jumped to her throat. Lingyun Cave's stone door was wide open, and on the ground below, there were rubble and dust scattered everywhere. Two bottomless pits were visible. Someone had barged into Lingyun Cave. Brother Yi had fought with the intruder. Brother Yi, Xiao Zhao cried out from inside the red palanquin. All signs pointed to Yifan's misfortune. Before the red palanquin completely landed, Xiao Zhao lifted the palanquin's curtains and flew straight into Lingyun Cave. Blood, scarlet blood. The blood was a ghastly sight. It flowed from the cave entrance all the way to the bedroom on the second floor. The Everfire sword and Snake Shadow sword were scattered to the side of the cave entrance. The Everfire sword had already been unsheathed, but had yet to be sheathed. Chapter 264. When she saw Yi Fan with a mouth full of blood and body covered in ice, and Fujiwara no Chico with her eyes tightly shut and tear stains on her face, Xiao Zhao felt as if she had been struck by lightning and the world was spinning around her. Something had happened. Something had really happened. That dream of hers had come true. Brother Yi, Xiao Zhao, who had regained her senses, wailed as she threw herself onto Yi Fan's corpse. She ignored the bone-piercing cold as tears streamed down her face like rain from a broken dam. Xiao Zhao. Yi Fan, who had been crying beside Fujiwara no Chico, hurriedly shouted when he saw Xiao Zhao rush in. Unfortunately, he was now a wandering spirit. Even though he was standing right in front of Xiao Zhao couldn't hear his voice at all. Xiao Zhao also couldn't see his figure. Brother Yi. Xiao Zhao shook Yi Fan, who was encased in ice, and screamed at the top of her lungs. Yi Fan, who was encased in ice, didn't move at all. Xiao Zhao. Xiao Zhao. Yi Fan stood up and reached out his hand to pull Xiao Zhao. However, his hand passed right through Xiao Zhao's body and had no effect. Sister-in-law Chico. Sister-in-law Chico. Xiao Zhao saw that Yi Fan didn't move, so she immediately screamed at the top of her lungs and shook Fujiwara no Chico's corpse. Sister-in-law. Sister-in-law. Fujiwara no Chico's eyes were tightly shut as her entire body was frozen stiff. Xiao Zhao. Xiao Zhao. Yi Fan shouted loudly in Xiao Zhao's ear. When he saw that Xiao Zhao couldn't hear his voice or see his figure, he was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He wanted to tell Xiao Zhao that Fujiwara no Chico's soul had been taken away. He also wanted Xiao Zhao to tell Jinshan about this. In this way, his beloved wife could still be saved. But no matter how hard he shouted, Xiao Zhao still couldn't hear Yi Fan. After shouting for a long time, Yi Fan's heart was like dead ashes. He sat on the ground dejectedly and didn't say a word. He watched as Xiao Zhao leaned over his corpse and wailed. For the first time, Yi Fan felt so helpless. For the first time, he felt how small his strength was. Xiao Zhao cried for an entire hour. During this time, she saw the farewell letter from Yi Fan in Fujiwara no Chico's hand. Only then did she understand the truth of the matter. Brother Yi, Xiao Zhao cried. Why did you keep hiding it from me? Woo, woo, woo. At this time, her eyes were swollen like peaches and her throat was so hoarse that she couldn't speak. Her hands were frozen red and swollen by the ice on Yi Fan's body. But even so, she still tightly hugged Yi Fan's heavy corpse and didn't let go. Yi Fan's face was full of tears. His eyes were dull, and he didn't say a word. No, Brother Yi, you can't die. Xiao Zhao stopped crying as she talked to herself. She wiped her tears with her sleeve. I have to save you. As Xiao Zhao spoke, she began to struggle to lift Yi Fan's body, which was wrapped in a thick layer of ice. What was she doing? To the side, Yi Fan didn't know what Xiao Zhao was doing. Brother Yi, don't worry. Xiao Zhao struggled to lean Yi Fan's stiff corpse against the stone wall. Her eyes were full of tears. I have a way to save you. What? She has a way to save me? When Yi Fan heard Xiao Zhao's words, he immediately stood up. This girl has this ability? Could it be that she learned this from Jinshan? Yi Fan thought. Impossible. Yi Fan was delighted at first, but then he immediately shook his head. As the saying goes, medicine can't cure an illness. He was already dead and separated by life and death. Not to mention Xiao Zhao. Even Jinshan wouldn't be able to do anything. While Yi Fan was thinking, Xiao Zhao had already straightened his corpse and leaned it against the stone wall. Brother Yi. Xiao Zhao, whose face was full of tears, looked at Yi Fan, whose eyes were tightly shut in the transparent ice shell. She smiled. Xiao Zhao, I'm just a baihu. I don't have any abilities. Brother Yi, you saved my life in my previous life. In this life, I have no way to repay you, but I'm willing to exchange a life for a life. Xiao Zhao said calmly. She sat cross-legged on the ground and closed her eyes. Her tears were flowing, but she still had a smile on her face. A life for a life? Yi Fan suddenly understood Xiao Zhao's intention. He hurriedly stood up and rushed toward Xiao Zhao. He instinctively wanted to stop her. Xiao Zhao, don't! Yi Fan screamed at the top of his lungs. He was already dead. He couldn't let Xiao Zhao sacrifice herself for him. But it was all too late. Hua! Just as Yi Fan rushed toward Xiao Zhao, countless dazzling white lights burst out from Xiao Zhao's chest. Bang! Yi Fan, who was rushing toward Xiao Zhao, was bounced back several feet by the white light emitted from Xiao Zhao's body. He was a newly dead, wandering soul. He couldn't withstand such intense light, let alone the light emitted by Xiao Zhao, who had cultivated. Brother Yi. Within the white light, Xiao Zhao slowly closed her eyes. She smiled and said, "Let's meet again in the next life." No. Yi Fan, who was completely limp and weak, lay on the ground. He stretched out his hand and shouted hoarsely. Wong. The white light emitted from Xiao Zhao's body suddenly increased by 3 feet. Xiao Zhao opened her mouth slightly. In the blink of an eye, a pure white bead with flowing brilliance slowly flew out of Xiao Zhao's mouth. This light bead wasn't anything else. It was Xiao Zhao's natal inner core. Xiao Zhao! Xiao Zhao! Yi Fan was already sobbing. Don't! You fool! Yi Fan cried as he slapped the ground and shouted himself hoarse. The brilliant white light bead slowly flew towards Yi Fan, who was wrapped in ice. Whoosh! The light bead broke through the ice and flew directly into Yi Fan's mouth. Bang! Once Xiao Zhao's natal inner core was lost, the brilliant brilliance on her body instantly began to explode. The white light sparkled and fell bit by bit. The moment the white light exploded, Yi Fan suddenly felt a strong suction force coming from his corpse. Immediately after, he felt himself being sucked into the air by this suction force, straight into his corpse. Wong! Wong! After the inner core entered his body, Yi Fan's ice-covered corpse began to emit countless white lights. The lights didn't stop. Crack! Crack! Several cracks began to appear on Yi Fan's thick and transparent ice shell. Wong! Wong! Crack! Crack! As the lights on Yi Fan's body became brighter and more frequent, the cracks on the ice shell also became denser. Wong! The white light was no longer flickering. Instead, it was continuously emitting a dazzling white light. The entire cave was illuminated by this white light, making it as bright as day. Boom! The white light sparkled and shattered ice scattered in all directions. The ice shell wrapped around Yi Fan's body instantly exploded. Plop! The moment the ice shell shattered, Yi Fan, who was leaning against the stone wall, fell to the ground. 2 hours later, Yi Fan began to regain consciousness. Cold. The bone-piercing cold made him feel as though he was in an ice cellar. The soreness all over his body made him unable to move. Chapter 265. Looks like I've come back to life. Yi Fan thought to himself as he breathed in the cold air. Xiao Zhao. Yi Fan thought about how Xiao Zhao had used her life's origin core to save him. Ignoring the bone-deep pain in his body, he struggled to stand up using the stone wall as support. He leaned his body against the stone wall and gasped for breath. When he saw the scene in front of him, Yi Fan cried out again. Under a pile of women's clothes, a foot-long Baihu lay there quietly. Her eyes were closed, and she was motionless. Xiao Zhao. Tears streamed down Yi Fan's cheeks as he knelt down in front of the white fox. His trembling hands pushed aside the clothes and hugged the snow-white Baihu in his arms. Xiao Zhao. Yi Fan sobbed as he caressed the Baihu in his arms. He was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. His beloved wife's soul had been stolen, and she had died. In order to save him, Xiao Zhao had used up hundreds of years of cultivation and gave her life's origin core to him. Yi Fan hugged Xiao Zhao's corpse and screamed towards the sky. Yi Fan stayed by his beloved wife's and Xiao Zhao's corpses for an entire night. In just one night, his black hair had turned snow white. This night, he was silent like a stone statue. Just as Yi Fan's heart was like dead ashes, Baihu's body in his arms suddenly twitched. Xiao Zhao, Xiao Zhao. Yifan saw Baihu and his arms move and immediately called out Xiao Zhao's name. Baihu's originally cold body and his arms began to warm up. Her stomach also began to rise and fall. Xiao Zhao was still alive. Yifan was shocked. He immediately picked up a piece of ice from the ground like a madman. He held it in his hand and placed it in front of Baihu's mouth. The water that melted from the ice entered Baihu's mouth drop by drop. Xiao Zhao, Xiao Zhao. Yifan ignored the piercing pain in his hand and continuously called out Xiao Zhao's name. After a long time, Baihu in his arms slightly opened her eyes. Xiao Zhao. Yifan saw that Baihu had woken up and tears of joy flowed down his cheeks. Baihu gently raised her head. Seeing that Yifan was alive, Xiao Zhao was very happy. She stuck out her soft pink tongue and gently licked away the tears on Yifan's face. Xiao Zhao. Yifan tightly hugged the extremely weak Baihu in his arms and choked out, "Why are you so silly? Why are you so silly?" Baihu obediently laid in Yifan's arms and occasionally licked Yifan's hand. Xiao Zhao was already very satisfied that the natal inner core could save Yifan. What made her feel even more gratified was that although she lost her natal inner core, she didn't die. Thinking about it, it must be because of the spiritual energy that Grandmaster Tian Kanzi gave her that day. Grandmaster Tian Kanzi said that she had the 3 tribulations of heaven, earth, and man. This time should be one of the tribulations, Xiao Zhao thought. But even so, she wasn't sad. As long as she could be together with Yifan, it would be worth it no matter how difficult it was. Xiao Zhao, rest first. Yifan struggled to get up and carried Xiao Zhao to the stone bed. Baihu obediently nodded her head. Yifan staggered to Fujiwara no Chico's corpse and held Fujiwara no Chico in his arms with tears flowing down his face. He clenched his teeth and carried her up. Step by step, he walked to the side of the stone bed and placed the corpse on the stone bed. Huff! Huff! Yifan panted heavily. After doing all this, Yifan ignored the piercing pain in his body and forcefully went down the stairs. He came to the entrance of a cave and picked up the snake shadow, swords that were scattered around the cave. Then, he dragged his heavy body back to the bedroom. Baihu, who was on the stone bed, had recovered a lot of strength under the circulation of Tian Kanzi's spiritual energy. Seeing Yifan dragging the snake shadow swords in, she immediately jumped off the stone bed and blocked in front of Yifan. She nervously looked at Yifan. She was afraid that Yifan would take things too hard and kill himself in front of Fujiwara no Chico's corpse. Xiao Zhao, don't worry. I won't kill myself. Yifan saw Baihu blocking in front of him and understood Xiao Zhao's thoughts. He weakly said. Baihu stared at Yifan's eyes for a while before moving out of the way. Although Yifan's eyes were sad, they weren't empty. It wasn't the kind of eyes that would kill himself. Yifan struggled to place the snake shadow swords next to Fujiwara no Chico. Han Long. Yifan lowered his head and said to the cold snake shadow swords, "If you have a spirit, then help me seal Chico in ice." He already knew that his beloved wife's soul had been taken away and that her life was not over. If he wanted to save his beloved wife, not only did he have to find her soul, he also had to ensure that her body didn't rot. The best way to ensure that her body didn't rot was to seal her body in ice. However, he had lost all his cultivation and spirit power. He didn't have the ability to seal her in ice. He knew that the snake shadow swords had a spirit and had protected him before. Therefore, this time, he asked Han Long for help. He hoped that Han Long would have a spirit and help him one more time. Wong. After hearing Yifan's words, the snake shadow swords on the stone bed began to emit a dazzling white light. Following that, a cold white light slowly rushed out from the snake shadow swords and wrapped around Fujiwara no Chico, who was on the stone bed. In the blink of an eye, a huge transparent ice coffin that shone with 7 colors appeared. In the ice coffin, Fujiwara no Chico lay there quietly, as if she was asleep. Chico. Yifan reached out and stroked the huge ice coffin. He said softly, "Don't worry, I will definitely save you, no matter the cost." After Yifan finished speaking, he took the snake's shadow swords and wrapped them around his waist. Then, he turned around and walked towards the entrance of the cave. Baihu followed closely behind. After reaching the entrance of the cave, Yi Fan struggled to close the stone door. Then, he put the scattered fire swords back into their sheaths and placed them on the stone table. After doing all this, Yi Fan went straight to an empty space in the garden. "Xiao Zhao, I'm going to cultivate," he said to Baihu as he sat cross-legged. "Go upstairs and rest first. Find something to eat. I'll come find you later." Baihu nodded obediently and turned around to leave. Yi Fan took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Then he slowly closed his eyes and began to look inside his qi. Yi Fan furrowed his brows when he looked into his body. His qi was shattered, his spirit energy was gone, and his internal organs were severely damaged. He could barely function. Fortunately, the damage to his 8 extraordinary meridians was relatively light. Firstly, there was Brother Kim's pure yang spirit energy flowing through them. Secondly, he had obtained Xiao Zhao's life origin Niden that had been stored for hundreds of years. Xiao Zhao's Niden had been refined for hundreds of years. In addition, she had taken Nie Qing's 100-herb pill. Naturally, her spirit energy was abundant. Under the stimulation of her spirit energy, Yi Fan's meridians had begun to gradually recover. With a thought, Yi Fan began to open all the pores on his body and continuously absorb the spirit energy from the outside world. Since his qi was shattered, he would do the opposite. In the past, he would gather the spirit energy from the outside world directly into his qi. Then, he would move the spirit energy from his qi to his meridians. Chapter 266. Yi Fan had just experienced the sorrow of his wife's death and the joy of Xiao Zhao's resurrection. Under the great sorrow and joy, a subtle change began to occur in his heart. Since he was young, he had valued relationships and treated people generously. He repaired bridges and paved roads, gave medicine and porridge, was humble and polite, and respected the heavens and earth. His wife, Fujiwara no Chiko, was kind, knowledgeable, gentle, virtuous, and respectful. His adopted sister, Xiao Zhao, was even more loyal. She was obedient and sensible, and would not even trample an ant to death. But the result was one disaster after another, and unexpected things happened one after another. He only wanted to live a peaceful life with his wife. Was such a simple request so difficult? He had already closed his doors and shut himself out of worldly affairs. Was this still not enough? What else did they want him to do? Now, he had lost all his spiritual power and cultivation. His wife's soul had been stolen and she had died. His adopted sister, Xiao Zhao, had exhausted her cultivation in order to save him and had returned to her original form. Was this the fate of good people? Was this the so-called heavenly Tao? Bullshit. The heavens were heartless. Good people did not live long. Evil people lived for 100 years. The heavens and earth were heartless and treated all living things like straw dogs. His other self was right. There was no right or wrong, only the strong and the weak. There was no good or evil, only life and death. Everything depended on one's own strength. With strength, one would be high and mighty. That was good. Without strength, one would be ruthlessly trampled on by others. That was evil. That was all. Yi Fan, who was meditating cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. His originally clear eyes flashed with a hint of red light. 1 month later. Full moon pavilion. Night. Yi Fan, who had a head of silver hair and was dressed in white, stood quietly in the pavilion with his hands behind his back. He stared at the crescent moon above his head in a daze. Baihu Xiao Zhao sat quietly beside Yi Fan. It seemed to be thinking about something as well. The man and the fox stood there quietly. Xiao Zhao. After a long time, Yi Fan spoke. Baihu immediately looked up when it heard Yi Fan calling it. I'll send you back to Pear Blossom Palace after I finish practicing. Yi Fan lowered his head and looked at Baihu. You haven't been back for so long. Granny must be very worried about you. Woo! After hearing Yi Fan's words, Baihu immediately stood up and shook her head while sobbing. Listen to me, Yi Fan said as he bent down and held Baihu in his arms. While stroking Baihu's snow-white fur, he said softly, Tomorrow, I will find Matsumoto Takeyoshi and force him to tell me the whereabouts of Inchandation. Chico's soul is still in his hands. This time, no matter what, I must get her soul back. It's too dangerous for you to follow me. Woo! Baihu in his arms shook her head again. She jumped from Yi Fan's arms to the ground, shaking her head and sobbing as she retreated. You're not going back to Pear Blossom Palace? Yi Fan saw Xiao Zhao constantly retreating and dodging and asked in confusion. Woo! Baihu hurriedly nodded. If you're not going back to Pear Blossom Palace, who will take care of you? Yi Fan asked. Woo! Woo! Baihu stretched out her snow-white front paws and pressed on the ground 3 times. You want to stay here and wait for me? Yi Fan understood Xiao Zhao's meaning. Baihu nodded again. This? Yi Fan frowned. He understood Xiao Zhao's thoughts. Xiao Zhao did this to make him remember her in his heart. She wanted him to come back alive and not do something stupid like Eldritch in his previous life. And Xiao Zhao was indeed thinking this way. Yi Fan was deeply in love with Fujiwara no Chico. In order to save her, he would do anything. If she stayed in Lingyan Cave, Yi Fan would have something to worry about and not do anything stupid. All right, after thinking for a while, Yi Fan said to Baihu, You stay here and wait for me. But don't run around. It's too dangerous outside, understand? Baihu's eyes lit up and nodded heavily. I'm going to cultivate, Yi Fan said to Baihu. You go back to the cave and rest first. Baihu nodded and turned to leave. Yi Fan looked up at the vast starry sky, then sat down cross-legged. His eyes focused on his nose, and his nose focused on his heart, calming his mind. After a month of diligent qi gathering, he had already completely recovered his organs and qi. Currently, his qi already had close to 40% of its original spirit energy. But this was far from enough. After the battle with Dai Tengu, he once again felt the lack of spirit energy in his body. When he was at his peak, he unsealed the Frost Dragon Sword, the blazingly fire sword, and used all his spirit energy to only force Dai Tengu away from its throne. He urgently needs to increase his spirit energy. But time is of the essence. There's no time to absorb spirit energy like normal. The only thing he can do now is to cultivate the second stage of Xiantian secrets to increase his spirit energy cultivation to a new level. Have you thought it through? Yi Fan had just thought of this when his other self's voice sounded in his mind. I've thought it through, Yi Fan replied with his mind. This second stage of training qi technique is 10 times more tyrannical than the first stage. Yi Fan's voice sounded in his mind, but your foundation is not stable yet. If you force yourself to cultivate it, the backlash to your mind will be even more severe. Are you sure you want to do this? Mind? Humph. Yi Fan coldly laughed and replied to his other self. Can my mind save Chico? Can my mind restore Xiao Zhao back to her human form? As long as I can save them, I'm willing to give up my life, much less some bullshit mind. Sigh. The other Yi Fan let out a long sigh in his mind. I'm going to cultivate. Don't come out and disturb me. Yi Fan said coldly. The voice in his mind disappeared. Yi Fan, who was sitting cross-legged, began to cultivate the second stage of Xiantian secrets, Heaven's Shocking Stone. His other self was right. Compared to the first stage of soaring to the heavens, the second stage of Heaven's Shocking Stone is 10 times more tyrannical than the first stage. The Xiantian secrets that Brother Kim passed on to him has a total of 9 stages. Every time he cultivates a stage, his power will increase by 10 times. The second stage's power is 10 times that of the first stage, and the third stage's power is 10 times that of the second stage, and 100 times that of the first stage. Yi Fan took a deep breath and compressed all the spiritual energy in his qi and opened up all the meridians in his body. In a while, he will be facing 10 times the spiritual energy of the first stage. It is not a game. The slightest mistake will cause his meridians to explode, and he will die. In order to ensure that all the meridians in his body are unobstructed, he returned all the spiritual energy in his meridians to his chi si, including the golden spiritual energy that Brother Kim passed on to him. Only by gathering all the spiritual energy in his body to one point and gathering all the power can he smoothly buffer the new spiritual energy that is about to enter his body. 1. Following Yi Fan's thought, the top of his head began to emit a dazzling white light, and it became brighter and brighter. At the same time, Yi Fan, who was still in a meditating position, began to slowly float off the ground. He slowly flew into the air and stopped at a height of 30 feet above the ground. Chapter 267. When the white light reached its peak, a white lotus flower the size of a palm slowly rose from Yi Fan's Bai Hui acupoint. The white lotus had 5 leaves, and it shone brilliantly. Spiritual energy coiled around it and spun nonstop. The entire Phoenix Cry Mountain was illuminated by the dazzling light emitted by the white lotus. Now that the white lotus had appeared, the next most important step was to attract the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. As Yi Fan thought, he began to gather the spiritual energy according to the chants in the Xiantian secret manual. 1. Just as Yi Fan's thoughts moved, a ball of 5-colored cloud with a radius of a few hundred feet condensed in the starry sky above his head. Red, purple, white, gold, and green. The 5-colored lights surged back and forth in this ball of cloud, churning nonstop. 5-colored spiritual energy. Floating in the air with his eyes closed, Yi Fan could feel the powerful spiritual energy above his head. Compared to the first level of the Qi training manual, soaring to the heavens, the second level, earth-shattering heavens, the purity and dominance of the spiritual energy could not be compared at all. Wong! The 5-colored light on the 5-colored cloud became brighter and brighter, and the churning became more and more intense. The light of the cloud was so strong that even the stars in the sky appeared dim and dull. It's coming. Yi Fan, who was floating in the air, concentrated on sensing the 5-colored cloud above his head, as if he was facing a great enemy. Boom! Just as Yi Fan was on full alert, the 5-colored cloud above his head suddenly exploded and turned into 5 pillars of light that were as thick as a bowl and shot straight towards Yi Fan. Shwa! The dazzling 5-colored pillars of light were as fast as lightning. Now's the time. Yi Fan, who was hovering in the air, had a thought. He immediately condensed all the spiritual power in his energy reserve, which had been compressed to the limit, into the white lotus above his head. Boom! 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 The 5-colored pillars of light instantly shot towards the 5 petals of the white lotus above Yi Fan's head. Shwa! As soon as the 5-colored light beam hit the lotus, Yi Fan immediately felt a powerful force pressing down on him like Mount Tai. His body was instantly pressed to the ground by the 5-colored light beam. Bang! Yi Fan, who was still in meditative posture, fell heavily to the ground. Boom! Rubble flew everywhere, and a crater several inches deep was instantly formed on the hard bluestone ground by Yi Fan's fall. This time, he almost fainted. Yi Fan was anxious to save his wife. His figure did not change. He gritted his teeth and focused his mind, stubbornly withstanding the 5 powerful spiritual energies descending from the sky. Now that the 5-colored spiritual qi was at its peak, it was not yet time to draw the spiritual qi into his body. If he did so, it would definitely cause his meridians to break and his sea of qi to explode. It would be no different from self-destruction. ZZZ, ZZZ, ZZ, red, purple, white, gold, and green lightning interweaved and swam above the dazzling white lotus, making sizzling sounds. The entire peak of Phoenix Cry Mountain was suddenly illuminated by the blazing 5-colored light of the white lotus. It was a riot of colors. Wong! As the white lotus above Yi Fan's head spun faster and faster, the flowing spiritual chi of the lotus also began to undergo a shocking change. The brilliant white lotus core gradually grew bigger. The crystal-clear lotus core became straight and trembled. The five-colored lotus leaves gradually widened and grew longer, standing tall and straight. In the blink of an eye, the originally palm-sized white lotus turned into a five-colored lotus half a foot long. ZZZ, ZZZ, ZZ. The five-colored lightning bolts that were shuttling back and forth on the lotus began to converge at the center of the lotus, transforming into a dazzling five-colored pearl. It floated in the center of the lotus that was surrounded by white light, spinning nonstop as the five-colored light enveloped it. As the five-colored pearl gradually formed, the five-colored lotus once again returned to its pure white color. At this time, the light of the white lotus was strong, and the purity of the spiritual chi was incomparable to before. The five-colored spiritual chi had already condensed. When Yi Fan saw the five-colored lightning turn into the five-colored pearl, he immediately withdrew his spiritual chi into his body. The dazzling white lotus that was about half a foot in size began to slowly close its five petals, slowly wrapping around the five-colored spiritual pearl that was circulating with essence chi. Wong. After the lotus petals closed, it turned into a budding, five-colored flower bud. Then, it slowly fell into Yi Fan's by Wei acupoint. Whoosh! The moment the white lotus entered Yi Fan's body, the tyrannical spiritual energy instantly started to spread out from the Bai Wei acupoint on the top of his head. It then flowed along his 8 extraordinary meridians and 12 meridians, wreaking havoc everywhere it went. Everywhere it went, it would go on a rampage and destroy everything in its path. Wong. Yi Fan's body automatically floated up in an instant, and the white light around his body flourished. Fortunately, Yi Fan had already used his spiritual chi to expand all the meridians in his body to the extreme. The spiritual chi that entered his body was not obstructed at all. Wong, Wong, Wong. A red bolt of lightning suddenly appeared above Yi Fan's head as he floated in midair. This bolt of lightning began to coil around his head from top to bottom. It was like a long red snake that coiled around Yi Fan's entire body. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this time, Yi Fan's body was covered by the red light. His white robe fluttered without any wind, and his silver hair reached the sky. Wong, Wong, Wong. Another purple lightning appeared above Yi Fan's head. Just like the red lightning, the purple lightning also coiled around Yi Fan's body. In an instant, Yi Fan's body turned completely purple. Next, it was white, gold, and green. In the blink of an eye, red, purple, white, gold, and green lightning appeared on Yi Fan's body one after another. At this time, Yi Fan's body was already surrounded by the 5 colors. The 5 lightning bolts were like 5 long snakes that swam around his body, shuttling back and forth. In his body, the surging 5-colored spiritual chi almost instantly filled Yi Fan's limbs, bones, and meridians. Not only that, after the domineering and tyrannical 5-colored spiritual chi quickly swam around Yi Fan's body, it did not seem to be satisfied. Once again, it rushed into Yi Fan's bones without any decrease in momentum. Crack, crack. Under the continuous infusion of new spiritual chi, Yi Fan's bones began to strengthen continuously, emitting waves of crisp sounds. In the air, Yi Fan, who was surrounded by the 5-colored spiritual chi, felt as if his bones were being dismantled and reassembled. The piercing pain caused a layer of dense sweat to appear on his forehead. Despite this, he still gritted his teeth and endured. In order to save his beloved wife, in order to restore Xiao Zhao's body, in order to obtain great power, he had to endure. Crack, crack, crack. Yi Fan's bones began to move strangely. His skull, ribs, and the bones of his limbs were instantly dismantled by the 5-colored spiritual chi. Then, the 5-colored spiritual qi domineeringly drilled into the joints of the bones and reconnected them. Clatter, clatter, clatter. To Yi Fan, this kind of pain was like being dismembered by 5 horses. It was so painful that he almost fainted several times. No matter how painful it was, he had to endure it. As Yi Fan thought about it, he bit the tip of his tongue with his teeth and forced himself to stay alert. He did not want to faint. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense, the hundreds of bones in Yi Fan's body were all carefully dismantled and reassembled, gradually returning to their original positions. Only then did the rampaging 5-colored spiritual qi stop transforming and strengthening the bones. Yi Fan, who was floating in the air, was already sweating profusely. In order to keep his mind clear, he had already bitten the tip of his tongue until it bled. Chapter 268. On the ball of light, there were red, purple, white, gold, and blue. 5 streaks of lightning danced on it, making a hissing sound. The spiritual energy ball had appeared and was beginning to guide the energy. Yi Fan began to absorb his energy while thinking this. Under the guidance of his thoughts, the 5-colored spiritual energy in his body began to slowly gather in his qi si. The previously empty qi si was instantly filled up by this powerful, new spiritual energy. The 10-meter-wide 5-color ball of light on Yi Fan's body began to shrink back into his body. At this time, he had turned into a dazzling 5-colored person. As Yi Fan gradually absorbed his energy, his body began to slowly fall down. After falling down, the light around his body began to fade. The great merit had been completed. After falling down, Yi Fan slowly opened his eyes. Shua! 2 balls of 5-colored light flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. Enchantation. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. I want you to pay with your blood. On the shores of the East Sea. On the warship. Night. Is this true? In the cabin, Matsumoto Takeyoshi put down the wine cup in his hand and asked in a shocked voice, Yi Fan is dead? That's right, he's dead. On the other side of the table, filled with delicious food, Enchantation in a brown robe spoke. Matsumoto Takeyoshi's shock was within his expectations. What happened? Matsumoto Takeyoshi quickly asked. Enchantation revealed a faint smile and told Matsumoto Takeyoshi the details of the battle. Matsumoto Takeyoshi's expression fell when he heard this. He never thought that Yi Fan's cultivation would be able to force one of the 10 guards of the Xietian guards, De Tengu, off the throne. He never thought that the golden barrier of the Ling Yun cave would be this strong. Even Enchantation, who specialized in breaking barriers, would cut off his own hand. Not to mention him, even the green and white envoys behind him couldn't help but feel shocked. Who was Heaven Hound? He was one of the top experts in spiritual qi cultivation among the 10 guards under Xietian. It was said that no one had ever broken through his spiritual qi wall before. But now, Yi Fan had defeated it several times in a row. There was also this Enchantation. This person was not a nobody. Other than the 10 guards of the evil sky and the 9 demons, this person's cultivation could be said to be unparalleled. A cultivation of close to 1,000 years was not a joke. I didn't expect his cultivation to reach such a level in just a few days. The green-clothed man behind Matsumoto Takeyoshi frowned. Last time at the Zhou residence, he had briefly exchanged blows with Yi Fan and exchanged a single move. At that time, both sides did not use their full strength. After all, the two of them did not have any enmity and their goals were completely different. Yi Fan wanted to take away Fujiwara, no Chico, and he wanted to protect the lives of Zhou Quan and Zhou Dao. The two of them had already achieved their goals, so naturally they would not continue fighting. Judging from a situation at that time, the two of them were on par with each other in terms of battle prowess, sharing the limelight equally. When he heard that Yi Fan had forced Heaven Hound away from the Jadeite throne, he frowned. Although he had heard from Enchantation that Yi Fan had relied on the 2 peerless divine weapons, the Frost Dragon and Parting Fire, to win the bet, He could faintly feel that this young man's speed of improvement had completely surpassed his expectations. Although the frost dragon and parting fire was a peerless divine weapon with shocking might, it also depended on the cultivation of the sword user. The power of the parting fire in the hands of Hattori Qianxiong and Yi Fan were like the difference between heaven and earth. At that time, he had no spiritual energy left and took 2 of my palms, causing him to be heavily injured. His internal organs were damaged, and his qi was completely destroyed. What's worse was that he was completely devoured by the frost qi in his body. He would definitely die, Inchan Daxiong said with a face of regret. It's a pity that those 2 peerless divine weapons were lost. How do you know that he would definitely die? Matsumoto Takeyoshi frowned and said, it's not the first time he was heavily injured. After knowing that Inchan Daxiong did not personally witness Yi Fan's death, Matsumoto Takeyoshi was a little worried. One must know that every time Yi Fan was heavily injured, his strength would increase exponentially. This time, if Yi Fan died, everyone would be happy. But if Yi Fan did not die, Matsumoto Takeyoshi faintly felt a trace of uneasiness in his heart. This time, he would definitely die. Inchan Daxiong raised his wine glass and took a sip. Mr. Matsumoto, don't worry. You only saw that he was heavily injured, but you didn't see him die. Matsumoto Takeyoshi frowned and looked at Inchan Daxiong. You can't jump to conclusions. Huh? Inchan Daxiong looked up to the sky and laughed. Mr. Matsumoto, you worry too much. Since I said so, I naturally have my reasons. Oh, Matsumoto Takeyoshi asked curiously, what reasons? Ghost Messenger. Inchan Daxiong smiled. Ghost Messenger? Matsumoto Takeyoshi frowned. What Ghost Messenger? Mr. Matsumoto, have you ever heard of the Soul Gatherer of the Central Plains, the Impermanence Monarch? Inchan Daxiong smiled and looked at Matsumoto Takeyoshi. Soul Gatherer, the Impermanence Monarch? Matsumoto Takeyoshi lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then suddenly raised his head. You mean the black and white impermanence? That's right. Inchan Daxiong nodded and smiled. After I left, I was thinking about the 2 heavenly weapons in the cave, so I stayed in the sky for a while to see if there were any other entrances to his cave. In the end, I saw with my own eyes Yi Fan's soul floating at the top of the mountain, and the black and white impermanence walking towards Yi Fan's wandering soul. The soul has left the body, and the soul gatherer has appeared. Even if this Yi Fan had great abilities, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to reverse the situation. How could he not die? There was such a thing? Matsumoto Takeyoshi asked in shock. Did you personally see Yi Fan's wandering soul being taken away by the Impermanence Monarch and White Impermanence Monarch? At that time, I forcefully took away Fujiwara no Chico's soul, and my spiritual power was greatly reduced by the barrier, Inchan Daxiong said with a serious expression. In addition, the Impermanence Monarch and White Impermanence Monarch are righteous gods who have been conferred the title of Righteous God, and their magic power is very strong. I didn't dare to stay for too long, so I directly returned to Japan. So it's like that. Matsumoto Takeyoshi let out a long breath. In this case, Yi Fan was indeed, as Inchan Daxiong had said. There was no doubt that he would die. Thinking about how his fated enemy with great god Xietian had been eliminated, Matsumoto Takeyoshi felt like a stone had been lifted from his heart. Once this person was eliminated, his path to hegemony would be much smoother. Is Mr. Matsumoto relieved now? Inchan Daxiong smiled as he looked at Matsumoto Takeyoshi. Matsumoto Takeyoshi gave a relieved smile. He picked up the wine jug and filled Inchan Daxiong's wine cup. This time, I was able to get rid of this big problem in my heart. Mr. Ursa has done a great job. When the time comes, I will definitely report this matter to great god Xietian. Hee. Then I'll have to trouble Mr. Matsumoto. Inchan Daxiong smiled. He didn't directly report the matter of killing Yi Fan. After all, he still had Xietian's 9 demons, 10 guards, and 19 superiors. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.